Assalamualaikum guys, selamat datang ke Malaysia Superbike. Macam biasa jalan-jalan kapcai, tapi kali ni kita lain sikit. Sebab biasanya Nasha bawa korang pergi makan-makan, menggemukkan badan, lepas tu bawa jalan-jalan. Tapi kali ni kita nak pergi salah satu kedai dealer arcade yang berada di Sungai Buloh. Nama kedai ni 66 Speedbike. Dekat sini dengan cerita dia dah jadi dealer arcade hampir 10 tahun, 8 ke 9 tahun macam tu. So, kita dah sampai kat sini, kita nak tanya pengalaman, kita nak bual sikit and apa istimewanya ada dekat kedai ni. So, let's go guys, ikut saya masuk dalam.
Nama saya Ahmad kan. Okay, saya adalah pemilik bengkel 66 Speedbike. Yang mana bengkel kami telah berusia hampir 8 tahun dah. Kita mainly dekat sini, kedai kami adalah menyediakan perkhidmatan membaik pulih kenderaan motosikal berkuasa tinggi atas daripada 250cc. Tapi kami layan juga motor-motor kapcai Y15 ke RS ke dan sebagainya. Pada tahun 2016, saya try masuk MSBK. Time tu dia tak panggil MSBK, dia panggil ke Malaysia Superbike Series. Saya try. Kita try masuk 2 round time tu. Saya masuk and then saya dapat first round saya dapat nombor 3, second round saya dapat nombor 2. And then saya time tu pula bekerja di luar. So kita tak dapat nak meneruskan round yang seterusnya. 2018 kita try the whole season. Tahun 2018 saya masuk the whole season. Time tu dia dah rebranding kepada MSBK. Saya masuk the whole season and then alhamdulillah kita dapatlah overall champion untuk Super Stock D. Okey, bila kita cerita perlumbaan kita memerlukan barang-barang yang mana berprestis ataupun mempunyai kualiti yang tinggi ya. Kita tak naklah tengah-tengah race rantai putus, kita tak naklah tengah-tengah race kita ada isu dengan power delivery kepada tayar kita kan. Pada masa tu arcade approach, memang saya adalah dealer arcade sebenarnya, memang kita bawa produk arcade daripada hari pertama saya berniaga. Kita memang menggunakan arcade and then arcade approach dia cakap okey kita akan sponsor awak, kita akan bagi set rantai. Saya menggunakan set rantai GWX tak silap saya. Saya gunakan GWX yang mana high end untuk perlumbaan lah. So kita pakai rantai 520 yang mana menggunakan untuk yang perlumbaan special. Saya pakai untuk race, alhamdulillah tak pernah putus. Arcade ni dia ada beberapa produk range. Dia ada harga yang rendah yang mana material dia berbeza dengan harga yang tinggi dan material dia pun berbeza of course. Tetapi dia ada juga range yang mana kita pakaikan untuk customer, harga dia berpatutan dan juga dia tahan lama. Dia orang ada O-ring, dia ada X-ring, sekarang ni dah ada Z-ring, dah ada W-ring, macam-macam ring lah. So daripada segi ketahanan, produk arcade yang kita jual pada customer ni boleh dikatakan antara yang terbaik bagi saya. Buat masa ni antara yang terbaik sebab produk dia tahan lama, lepas tu dia tak mudah kendur. Itu yang paling penting. Tak adalah kena adjust setiap bulan rantai dia apa sebagainya kan. So dia berbaloi lah bagi saya. Produk ni dia ada produk yang berbaloi untuk customer. Sprocket biasa dia kalau yang besi tu tahan lama. Kalau set sprocket rantai boleh tahan, kalau kegunaan biasa 30,000, 40,000 km boleh tahan. Tapi bila kita cerita sprocket yang macam ni kan, dia pakai alloy ke apa sebagainya yang warna-warni ni kan, memang cantik mata tengok jalan depan mata, cantik je kan. Tapi 2 kali 3 kali lumba dah habis haus dah. Patah gigi dia kan. So kita kena tengok dia produk dia memang dia ada macam-macam color sebenarnya. Kami 66 Speedbike berada di Bandar Baru Sungai Buloh. Exact alamat kami adalah lot 525 Jalan Perusahaan 3 Bandar Baru Sungai Buloh. Boleh Google kami 66 Speedbike. InsyaAllah jumpa dan sampai.
Guys, korang dah dengar kan tadi apa abang tu cerita kebaikan, kelebihan rantai sprocket daripada RK ni. Memang terbukti di Litar Lumba 8 tahun tau guys. Abang tu pakai rantai ni, so banyak perkongsian yang korang dapat yang berguna. So sampai di sini saja untuk episod kali ni. Yang penting jangan lupa like, komen, tekan button loceng. Kita jumpa lagi next episod dekat mana pula. Bye.
Assalamualaikum, good morning and welcome back to the MSBK Round 2 in the Sepang International Circuit. You join us this morning for the MSBK 250 warm-up session, just 10 minutes of warm-up. Yesterday we saw fireworks happen in the race, where we saw Irfan Haikal take an amazing victory right down to the last corner, just to pip over his teammate Idlan Hakimi. But it was drama for the SIC racing team riders. Farid Shafi having an unfortunate spill. He was pushing so hard from early on in the race, but unfortunately on the last push in turn 3, in the entry of turn 3, he had a high side as he exited turn 2. But his teammate Emil Itzar did recover and managed to get a third. He did try to dive in for a victory at the end, but he could settle only for the last spot on the podium. Faris Putra finishing 4th, doing a decent job trying to keep up, but nearer to the end we saw Faris Putra drop slowly, so perhaps just couldn't keep up with the momentum of the top 3 or 4 it was before Farid Shafi had a spill. In MSBK 250B, however, it was an interesting fight between Amr Izzat and Fauzi Hassan. They had a very good battle, and Amr Izzat doing a good job starting from the back as well was Amr Izzat. As you look in qualifying, he did have a decent outing. Apologies, in qualifying he did start in 7th on the grid. And he managed to hold off the push from Ashish Patel as well for an overall finish of a high position of 5th. Now we watch all the riders coming out of the pit area into the pit exits for the last 8 minutes of this warm-up. 10 minutes sounds very short, and it well is actually for a warm-up session. So these riders have to get out, test their setups just in case they had made any adjustments from yesterday, and get the bodies warmed up for the races coming up ahead. But now the weather's looking very fair. The track is beautiful and dry. The sun is shining. We don't expect to see rain, as yesterday we saw beautiful weather as it came to the race. However, there was spots of rain in qualifying for the MSBK 1000. Looking at the forecast, we're not really expecting any changes in the weather. Looks to be mostly cloudy, but there is a chance of rain, but we never know in Sepang International Circuit. For now, there's the top 5 from the race as well. Well, for most of the race, before Farid Shafi had a spill. And there's the likes of Idlan Hakimi going behind the inside there of Emil Itzar. So far this weekend for the MSBK 250, the only rider managing to clock below 2:30 was the likes of Idlan Hakimi. He clocked a 2:29.766. The closest to him in qualifying was Faris Shafi, 2 minute 31.005. So they'll be starting first and second on the grid. If we look in the race as well, the fastest time was a 2:31.087. That was done once again by Idlan Hakimi, who looked very composed on the 250 machine. If we look in combined practice, the fastest once again was Idlan Hakimi. So Idlan Hakimi looking like he has the outright pace, but I think in yesterday's race one, he just did not expect his teammate to make that sudden lunge and take the victory. Now looking at the screens, here we have Mohammad Zakir Nakiuddin there, number 63. Izzat is there in the number 98. Amr Izzat, he's a familiar character in the 250 class. We've seen him come in and out of this championship. And he's come back in with a really strong performance, a victory in the Group B and a top 5 overall. It's a very good finish from him. Finishing 1 minute and 9 seconds within the winners of the A. So a very decent performance from Amr Izzat yesterday. Within this mix over there, there's Muhammad Ezrik Sharis, Budak Kimia John, Chain Loop Racing by Brab. We're watching them, the trio there, as they enter into 5 and 6. As you can see, the weather is looking really beautiful for this Sunday morning. Exactly what we would love to see in every race weekend. Now looking down the order there, you can see the likes of Amir Faris. There's Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. Very leisurely warm-up for all the riders this morning. It is fresh, bright and early. It's only 8:54 in the morning, so everyone's still perhaps waking up. Good top speeds coming from the SIC bike, so 191.2 clocked by Emil Itzar. It's one of the fastest top speeds we've clocked for the 250 class. So look, yesterday no one hit the 190, so quite an impressive top speed there coming from Emil Itzar's bike. For now, here's Irfan Haikal, Idlan Hakimi, both at the front there. Ooh, bit of a moment there for the likes of Faris Putra. There's Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal. Pair of SIC riders behind him, Emil Itzar and Faris Putra. Follow them into turn 2. This was the moment for Faris Shafi there as he exited turn 2. Now we follow on down into turn 3. That little downhill stretch before the uphill run. Ooh, we have a red flag here being waved for the MSBK 250 warm-up session. Not too sure what has happened. Perhaps an incident that was not caught on camera. But for now, this session is red flagged. So for now, 6 minutes have passed in the MSBK 250 warm-up session, but the session will be red flagged for now. We will wait for further instructions to see whether or not the session will be resumed. Now we will have to wait for the riders to enter back into the paddock area. We'll wait for further instructions from the race stewards. For now in the warm-up session, we've only had 4 riders who have set a fast lap actually, and that's the likes of Idlan Hakimi, Irfan Haikal, Emil Itzar and Faris Putra. A 2:33.089 from Idlan Hakimi, 2:33.355 from Irfan Haikal. Emil Itzar doing a 2:34.6. Faris Putra, just now we saw a 2:36.564. With the rest of the grid, no one has set a complete lap as of yet. So we'll wait to see whether within, if we resume within the 4 minutes left, whether or not we'll have enough time to see any more times. But I can see there's a light breeze. As you can see, the waves, the flags waving. Apologies, the flags waving there right at the pit wall. Nice light breeze. It's a cool morning. It's not extremely humid. It's not too hot. But as we know, in Malaysian weather with the sun blaring out on us today, we can expect hot weather coming out. You can see that the riders entering pit lane. So if you just joined us, this has been a red flag session for the MSBK 250 warm-up session for an incident that we did not catch on camera. We will be having the rest of the warm-ups coming up shortly after this. You can see the riders there returning to pit lane. And after this, we'll be having the MSBK 600 warm-up, followed by the MSBK 1000 warm-up, and then the Y16 Masterclass warm-up. And then we'll progress into the second races of the weekend, race 2, the first race of today. So the instructions that we're getting is that the session has been concluded. So for now, these are the results. Only 4 riders completing the warm-up session for the MSBK 250. Ilan Hakimi, Irfan Haikal, Emil Itzar, and Faris Putra. The rest of the grid all not setting a time. As you can see, there's no time being clocked. So for now, we will wait for the next session, which is the MSBK 600 warm-up. We'll head to a short break and we'll be back with the MSBK 600 warm-up session. We're back again after the short conclusion of the MSBK 250 warm-up session with the MSBK 600 warm-up. This was a real race to behold. We saw some amazing battles going on in the 600 class, right down to the wire. It was a push and pull race. We saw moments where we thought it was going to be a complete battle of the best right down to the line, but everyone was playing the game of seeing who was going to chicken out and who was going to actually make a mistake. It was a close finish between the top four. Actually, the top five as well. Not too far was Charles Izwan. Qualifying, he did a very good job. However, it was the debutant Andy Farid Izdihar from the Astra Honda Racing Team who was victorious, fastest in qualifying, and he was the winner of race 1. Ibrahim Noureddin, however, not coming too far at all. He was only 0.7 seconds away down to the line of the victory. Helmi Azman 1.3 seconds away. Khairul Idampawi as well, 1.4 seconds off. Idampawi looked like he had specks of brilliance coming through. We know that he's one of the top contenders with all the experience, but so is the likes of Andy Farid and Ibrahim and Helmi Azman. Charles Izwan had a very good start in the race. He managed to put himself right into the top 3 contention, but come into turn 4 and he just got swamped by the likes of Helmi as well as Idampawi. There's Ibrahim Noureddin there for the SIC Racing Team. Previously, he had the likes of Sharfuddin Asman to help him out in these races, but for now, he is the only rider for the SIC Racing Team in the MSBK 600 round 2. But he is coming with fire. Yesterday in race pace, he was doing in the mid 210s, 211s, much similar to the top 4. He'll be looking to find a victory come into race 2 and in race 3. Ibrahim Noureddin, of course, previously he was capable of hitting the lap times of a 2:09, but so far this season it hasn't quite found it yet. But he has been within the mix, and he looks much stronger coming to round 2 in comparison to previous rounds. You can expect great things coming through for Ibrahim Noureddin. His brother, of course, has made his way into the thousands class. That's the likes of Adam Noureddin. He's racing into the ASB 1000s currently. There's Andy Farid there, the winner of race 1. His first time joining the MSBK Championship as well as for the Astra Honda Racing Team. And this is what we love to see. We love to see more teams from overseas coming into the mix for the MSBK Championship. It brings a lot more color and it starts to shake up the competition ever so slightly. Previously, we could almost say that we know that it's going to be a race between Ibrahim Noureddin, Helmi Azman, and Idampawi, but bring Andy Farid into the mix now, and it's a big, big battle. And this is Chiang Chi Ying, rider number 11. And I'm not too sure, but I think he was riding a different bike yesterday. I'll have confirmation on that later on, whether he was riding this bike or a different bike. But he's still riding a ZX6R. Yesterday, Chiang Chi Ying clocked the best time of a 2:18.634 in qualifying. Not a bad time at all, quite decent. In race, he clocked only a 2:19.1, so couldn't find exactly the qualifying pace. Well, of course, qualifying and race situations are very, very different itself. Chiang Chi Ying is one of the privateers in the MSBK 600 class. This class as well, we have Ganesan Murugan, Suntrap Nanda, Himanesh Amla, Azrul Izzat, Ayman Tahiruddin. I had a chat with Ayman Tahiruddin, and it was a bit unfortunate because he had struggles with his gearbox in yesterday's race. Couldn't manage to keep up with the rest of the competition, let alone his teammates. There's Ayman Tahiruddin from the Yamaha Jet Blue Racing Team ASEAN. number 55. A strong name, strong contender that we've seen from the 250cc class in MSBK as well. If I remember correctly, he was a champion previously in MSBK 250. Right there, going very aggressive around turn 11. Yeah, Ahmad Taridin, also a very familiar name that we know from the Petros Malaysian Cup Prix Championship. Strong contender. There's not much more need to be said about Ahmad Taridin. Here's Andy Farid. You can see the Helmi, Inan Pawi, Nazrul Izan, and Andy Farid all down the back straight currently. Found himself behind the likes of Nazrul Izan, and that's there in that image again. Once again, Andy Farid's setup is something which is, to me at least, quite bizarre. There's a lot of chatter coming from the front of his bike. You know, that lap itself is done at 2:11.930. That's his first flying lap. So a good lap from Andy Farid. There's a lot of chatter coming from the front of his bike, and it's very interesting because that's generally something riders would love to avoid, which is chatter. But somehow Andy Farid has just found the control within the chatter, and it's something so remarkable. And it's really a joy to watch the way that he handles that, because he just looks so smooth, so calm, so composed. Here's the likes of Helmi Azman. Helmi looking very strong this season. He just came back from the Suzuka 8 hours endurance race. He's back here now. He's come back into the Cup Prix Championship as well. Very strong performance, and back to the MSBK 600 as well. He's looking ever so strong. Yesterday, Helmi clocked the fastest race time of a 2:10.312, which is actually the fastest lap time that we've had in the race for race 1. So very strong Helmi coming into this race weekend. In qualifying, he did a 2:10.2. He was the closest to the likes of Andy Farid, so he started second on the grid. Ooh, bit of dust specking up there. I think there was perhaps an oil spillage earlier where the marshals had to pour the magic dust over it. For now, here's Helmi Azman going into 12. A bit more of the magic dust there laying on track. 12 to 13 and into 14 is Helmi Azman currently. For Helmi Azman down the back straight there, you saw Andy Farid coming through. He just capped all the riders that he just passed. Into 15 now, it's Helmi Azman as we follow him. Turn 15 is always a controversial talking point. It is off camber, and there's so many different lines you can take. You can choose to take the tighter line, which is harder braking, earlier braking, and taking the early exit. But the risk about doing that is it has the potential to spin the rear tire over yourself, and is very easy to high side. The other method, which is to more or less overshoot turn 15, come back in a very late apex, but you get much better on throttle time coming down the straights and a better top speed. So it's really a decision of what suits the rider the best. There's Ibrahim Noureddin there. He's taking the slightly tighter line. Andy Farid on that lap, by the way, has just done a 2:11.062. So it's a very, very good time from Andy Farid. We're about to reach into the 2-minute 10s at this rate. There's Ibrahim Noureddin with that trademark almost of his sliding into every turn. He's just clocked a 2:12.436. So not the fastest timing yet coming from the likes of Ibrahim Noureddin, but then again, it is warm-up. Perhaps it's a different setup for the warm-up sessions, just to ensure that the bike is not stressed out too much. But for now, fast sector times coming in from Helmi Azman, but Andy Farid is just set the fastest sector 2, so we can expect some 2-minute 10s coming through. On Helmi's last lap, he did a 2:11.772, but for now we follow Ibrahim Noureddin into 5 and 6. That's turn 6 is always a bit of a corner where you take gingerly, because it's really on throttle out of the turn, out of the flip of turn 5 and 6. You come back onto the gas and you have to stick onto the gas as much as you can down to that mini little straight that you have before turn 7 and 8. And here comes Ibrahim into turn 9. Once again, rear tire just kicking out. The ZX6 has a character of being quite an aggressive bike. It's quite a stiff chassis. Ibrahim is making light work of it. This is, of course, one of his bikes that he trains a lot on in the Sepang International Circuit, so he's come very accustomed to the machinery. But the Z86 has been a very capable bike. We've been so impressed with how it's an older machinery but still capable of doing such good times. And if I just come across, and that's very interesting. It's not a very fast time coming from him. It's I mean, it's a decent time, a 2-minute 11.1. But he had the fastest sector 2 and the fastest sector 4, so it looked well on course to be a 2-minute 10, but just not this time round for him. This sector 3 just now from Ibrahim a bit disappointing, so this won't be a very fast lap time coming in from him. Helmi, however, on that last lap did a 2:11.0, so it was a good time from him. And that's Ibrahim, I believe that was Chang Chi Ying there on the left of Ibrahim. Here's Helmi Osman. He did a very good last lap just now at 2:11.094. And even though Helmi's improving now through sector 1 and 2, I think Andy Ferret's pulled out of this. Yeah, he's done a fairly slower oh no, he's still there, but it's just not as fast through sector 2. Helmi fastest through sector 2 currently, and he comes through turn 9 now. Bit of a twitch of the rear as they go into the uphill into 10. And another right-hander into 11. Once again, as I said, the corner where it's a bit gingerly is turn 6, but turn 11 is just as tempting, just as menacing. You go from turn 10 and uphill right-hander on the gas hard. The rear starts kicking out. Straight away, you have to slow down into 11, and then once again, it's on the throttle. And that's where we see a lot of riders making mistakes. You can lose the front easily at 11. You can also lose the rear very easily at 11. That's where electronics also come into play. If a bike has traction control and such, it really helps the rider to maintain the momentum and not have a little bit of a high side there. And here comes Helmi through turn 15. This should be a good lap from him. He had a decent sector 1 and sector 3, fast sector 2. Comes across a 2-minute 10.805, but Andy Farid, a very good sector 3 from him. He comes across and he just batters Helmi Osman with a 2-minute 10.776. Once again, it's almost like a push and pull. Helmi does a good time, then Andy Farid does a good time. One thing that's interesting is Kip hasn't really set a fast time in comparison to his previous lap times. He's only managed a 2-minute 22.873, so here's Kip himself. He's done sector 1 time through. I think he's gone back into the pits, and now this is him trying to come up for one last flying lap. But there's only a minute and a bit left, so I'm not sure if he's going to make it in time around to have even one more flying lap. There's Chang Chi Ying. He's done a 2-minute 22.379, so nowhere near what he was able to do in qualifying. Charles Iswan comes across a 2:14.1. Comparison to practice, he's done a 2:13.8 in practice, and in qualifying he's managed a 2-minute 12, so a bit more to be found for Charles Iswan. For now, we follow Idam Pawi into 14 now. This is the second to last corner in the Sepang International Circuit, so he may just be able to make it across the line for one last flying lap. You can see a bit of the white dust still there on the left side of his tire. It's going to be a bit of a feeling as he bangs into turn 15 now. He's gonna not really be too bothered about it. So here comes the number 89, the previous double winner in the Moto3 World Championship. Back here once again in MSBK 600 Championship. Comes across. Did he manage to make it for another lap? And I think he did, yes. According to the lap timer, he hasn't taken the checkered flag, so he will just make it across and start another flying lap. Now here we come into turn 9. That's Charles Iswan there. And I believe that's the likes of Dennison Mulligan, if I'm not mistaken there. Now for Charles Iswan, a rider in the Moto3 Junior World Championship before the European Talent Cup. a well-experienced rider, and he's made his way up into the MSBK 600s, and he's done a good job. We've seen steady improvements from the likes of Charles Ezwan, and we hope to see more from him coming through as he makes his way up the ranks. Definitely a talent to look out for, but this won't be a lap for him. He just looks behind. Yeah, sector 3 as well was disappointing for him, so that won't be anything to call out for. For now, we're just looking at the likes of Kip's timing. He's come across sector 1 and 2 decent, but it won't be a very, very fast lap for him because he's just come up for his first flying lap after going back to the pits. Here comes Charles Ezwan. This as well won't be a particularly fast lap for Charles Ezwan. Sorry, that's Himanish Amla that was behind Charles Ezwan just now. He's just come across with a 2-minute 26.1. Himanish Amla yesterday in qualifying has done a 2-minute 25.091, so a little bit more to be fun for Himanish. Now just keep your eyes out for the timings of Karul Idam Pawi. Just trying to see where Kip improves into, but I don't think it's going to be a very fast time. It's probably going to be somewhere in the 2-minute 12s, 2-minute 13s, because his sector 3 and sector 2 wasn't that fast. You can see there's Kip going down the back straight. Comes across a 2-minute 12.960. So these are the results for the MSBK 600 warm-up. Andi Farid and Helmi Azwan doing both 2-minute 10s. Ibrahim Noureddin at 2-minute 12. Idam Pawi 2-minute 12 as well. Charles Ezwan 2 minutes 14. Nazrul Izzat 6th 2-minute 14 as well. Ayman Tahir Rudin with gearbox issues yesterday. He's done a 2:17 in warm-up. Chang Chi Ying comes 8th with a 2-minute 22.209. Himanish Amla comes 9th with a 2-minute 26.138. And Ganesan Murugan and Ullah Sarchup Nanda 10th and 11th without any time set in the MSBK 600 warm-up. We'll head to a quick break and we'll be back after this with the MSBK 1000 warm-up session. Welcome back. You join us once again for the warm-up sessions in the morning. This is the second last warm-up session before we head into the races of the day. But for now, it's MSBK 1000 warm-up, 15 minutes of a fast and fairy warm-up session. Yesterday was quite a day of history. Azroy Hakim Anwar taking his debut victory in the premier class of the MSBK 1000 Championship. A 2-minute 8.761 was his fastest time in the race. Kasma Daniel in the last lap posting his fastest time at 2-minute 8.493. Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman coming short down to the line with a 2-minute 8.597. Zakwan Zaidi just not on the pace yesterday. He was only 3 seconds off the victory, but it's not the Zakwan Zaidi that we've become used to. Aslan Shah, however, from the start of the race was absolutely amazing. We saw a fantastic start from him, and he was just battling all throughout the early openings of the race. But I did have a call with him, and I just wanted to know what was happening, because he was so brilliant at the start, but coming to lap 7, we started seeing him drop his pace a bit. He was just unable to keep up with the likes of Azrai, and what I've understood from him is that it was an electrical issue, so he was just unable to keep up with the pace of the front of Azrai. And eventually he succumbed to the push of Kasma Daniel, that late push from Kasma. Let's hope for Aslan's sake that today the race will be different for him, and all the issues that he had in yesterday's race will be rectified. We would love to see that battle that we saw in the first 5 laps. It was an absolutely entertaining first 5 laps of the MSBK 1000 race. We haven't seen a battle like that in the 1000cc category in forever. There's Rajini Krishnan from India. He's one of the legends as well in that part of the world. Riding the Yamaha R1 from the Team Racer Castrol Power 1 Ultimate. Rajini as well, he's a very familiar name in the MSBK Championship. We've seen him come back many times, and it's great to see Rajini back here once again in Malaysia in the Sepang International Circuit. There's Hasan Shah Kamar Zaman on the Horizon Racing Team BMW S1000RR. And the thing that really is quite interesting to note as well in yesterday's victory for Azra is he's riding on an older machinery. He's riding the CBR 1000RR, whereas Zakwan Saidi is riding the CBR 1000RR. But one thing I can there's Rajini once again on the Yamaha YZF R1. But yes, as I was saying just now, Zakwan Zahidi, he's riding the Triple R CBR. And, but I can tell you one thing about Zakwan is that he's definitely going to come back really strong in race 2. But now we're just having a look at Rajini Krishnan, a very well experienced rider with international debuts here and there. And for now, we follow the rider number 67. Yesterday, fastest time was a 2-minute 13.024 for Rajini. Speaking of Rajini Krishnan's international races, we're just gonna give him, give you guys a little bit of a background of Rajini. He's riding at the age of 42, so he's riding quite a tender age now. He's a bit of a shot there for Rajini. He's trying to push and keep up with the likes of Azan Shah. There should be a decent lap coming in from him. But yeah, Rajini has been quite the name. He has 10 national titles in India, 9 national road racing championship titles. He's racing the Malaysian Super Series in the 150cc class in 2006. He was a second in the championship for the 600cc class in 2008. He was the first Indian rider to win 3rd place in the FIM Asian Championship. The first rider to join the FIM World Endurance Championship in 2010. In the Losail Asian Championship, he was riding 600s. So really, Rajini has quite the resume. There's Muhammad Shukri Matsuzuki from the MSBK 1000B. Yesterday he had quite a bit of a battle in his hands between himself and Ku Chi Yen. He could not fight off the fight from Ku Chi Yen. He manages to get 2nd in the MSBK 1000B, 8th overall. He was 0.2 seconds away from Ku Chi Yen down to the line. Shukri, of course, he's riding aboard the CBR 1000RR. Same model that Azra Hakim Anwar's aboard. Cosmo Daniels is about to come through for his flying lap, and he's blitzing through sector 1s all the way to 3. I just heard Cosmo come across as a 2-minute 7.691 on his first flying lap. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the fastest lap we've had all weekend. So what a lap that was from Cosmo Daniel on his first flying lap. We know Cosmo's capable of a 2-minute 6. We've seen him do that before. So I think Kasma saw everyone having the fun at the front yesterday, and now he thinks that it's my time to shine. 2-minute 7, and he's already improving through sector 1. This is going to be quite a lap. But here's Raja Nazim Iskandar. Raja Nazim yesterday, he was unable to find himself into the top 3 positions. He was 12th overall fastest, and he was 6th in the MSBK 1000B with a 2-minute 21.619. That's right, he came across the last with a 2 minute 9.206, and that's all just shifted again. Zakwan Zaidi. So the times today have dropped quite remarkably already in warm-up. A 2 minute 7.902 from Zakwan Zaidi. Azrael Hakim Anwar just did a 2 minute 8.5. Look out for Alexa Kasma. He's had a decent second sector. He's well on course to be within the low 2 minute 7s, and perhaps even a 2 minute 6 if he manages to stitch up 3 and 4, sector 3 and 4 that is, very well. Zakwan's just come across sector 1, it's not that fast yet. And here comes Raja Nazim Iskandar. He comes across, and behind him that's Tiwi Jin. Tiwi Jin holding up the rear of the class with a 13th overall finish. A 2 minute 20.749. What's the fastest he could do? This is Zakwan Zaidi on his second flying lap, I believe it is. Already 2 minute 7s coming in from two of the top two riders in this warm-up so far. Kasma Daniel and Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan now on screen on that beautiful, I must say, CBR 1000 Triple R. You can see the winglets there. Whoa! A bit of a moment there for Zakwan Zaidi on the rear of the exit. Takes a look behind us to gauge where everyone else is. 2 minute 8.4 from Kasma as he came across the line. So his sector 1 was absolutely rocket fast, but sector 3 and 4, much more to be desired. That's right, he's just coming to the pits now with 6 minutes left, so I think that might be the conclusion of his warm-up session. So here we follow Zakwan Zaidi as he comes across the penultimate turn into the front straight. That's the wildness from the CBR 1000 Triple R. We don't see that aggressive torque coming from the CBR 1000 Double R, but on the Triple R, the latest model, it is an absolute wild bull. We saw it then when Zakwan debuted that bike, I think it was last season. The bike was just all over the place, the front just coming up all the time, and it's absolutely a spectacle to behold. So far, the fastest top speed coming through in this session has been from Azroy and Ahmad Daniel Haikal. We're used to seeing Ahmad Daniel Haikal hit the 295 km/h in the speed traps. We've almost become accustomed to it. But really decent top speed coming from the likes of Azroy Hakim Anwar. There's Ku Chi Yen there coming to turn 15. Different suit than what we're used to seeing. He's usually wearing the blue Ferrigan suit, but this time he's wearing the black and white one. Here's once again Raja Nazim Iskandar. Very nice livery, I must say, that Raja Nazim has. Goes up into 10th, so he improves at 2 minute 22.057. Kasma's on a very fast lap through sector 3. He's set the fastest sector time, and he was decent through sector 1 and 2 as well. So this could be an improving lap. Azroy's bike has had the tail completely removed now. That's quite something different. So it's interesting to see how the subframe actually looks like on his bike. So that's probably how the handling has improved on these machineries. Now Kasma's just come across another 2 minute 7.9 for him. You can see that the Bunsu Honda racing team working on the bike, checking tire pressures after the session. And here's Michael Lookstone. He's had steady improvements coming into round 2 from round 1, number 555. Michael Lookstone in the race, he did an overall best time of a 2 minute 20.3. Apologies, that was in practice. In qualifying, he managed a 2 minute 19.5. When he came into the race, Michael Lookstone managed a 2 minute 19.1, so he's steadily improving. Right now in warm-up, he's done a 2 minute 19.9 as his fastest lap. We follow him now once again into turn 14. It's quite nice to see that we have a Kawasaki rider in this MSBK Championship. It's been a while since we've seen the Kawasaki's in the MSBK 1000, and that's, of course, under the hands of Michael Lookstone in the MSBK 1000B category. Just looking at the timing splits again for the sector timings. Kasma's just come fastest again through sector 1. Sector 2, a decent one, so look out for Kasma's name coming up a bit more in terms of lap times. Here comes Michael Lookstone down to the line. Will it be an improvement for him? He comes across at 2 minute 19.647. That's his fastest time of this warm-up session. Azan Shah has just come out again for his flying. Oh, something just come off Azan's bike, I believe that was. Here comes Kasma Daniel, a decent sector 3 from him. It seems he just can't stitch those fast sectors together, because he looks to be well on course to do another 2 minutes 6 that we've seen him set previously, but it just hasn't come quite yet for him. He comes across now, it's a 2 minute 8.1. So still very, very fast lap time, but we know that there is potential to be even faster. And you can see his riding style. It's very... Kasma is an aggressive rider, but he makes it look so smooth and silky all at the same time, and it's quite remarkable. And see, the amazing thing is, you see the likes of Azrail's bike and Daniel Heikel's bike doing 291s, 292 kilometers per hour. Kasma came across that speed trap with a 280.5, but has set a lap time of a 2 minute 8.1. So you can see the focus of the Yamahas perhaps is just on the handling. It's on how the bike handles the corner speeds, how the bike dips down and braking. Those are the strong points of the Yamahas. It's always the turns. And previously the Hondas have always been known to be very good in the turns, but it looks like the focus has shifted. Now the Hondas have the fastest top speeds. And here's into turn 7 and 8, and the exit of Kasma looking there very smooth, and it's a fast sector 2. This is a really rapid sector 2 from him at 28.820. I do not believe we've had a 28.8 ever in sector 2 for the MSBK 1000 classes. I'm gonna pull out the lap times from qualifying, see if I can get the sector time. So that's, to my knowledge, a really, really, really fast sector time. And as I'm looking at the sector times from qualifying, yes, we have never had, oh, we have had a, yeah, we've never had a 28-second second sector time. That is an unbelievable sector time. Fastest to sector 3 from Kasma Daniel as well. This is going to be a really good lap coming from Kasma. If he does turn 15 perfectly, which he does, it looks like it. He's taken that in his usual line, a bit of a late apex, comes across. This could be a 2 minute 6. Comes across the line right about now, and it's just not it. But it's a 2 minute 7.4 for Kasma Daniel. That was an absolutely rapid sector 2 and sector 3 from him. I think he might be pushing for just one more fast lap, and this could be the opportunity to set below the 2 minute 7s once again. Here we're looking behind him. That is, I couldn't tell who that was, but we're getting a replay of something that came off Azan Shah's bike just now. And oh, it was the it was the bottom of his boot. Dearie me. What an unfortunate circumstance for Azan Shah Kamrazaman. So perhaps it's not just the age of himself that's catching him up, it's the age of his boot as well. Poor old Azan Shah, the bottom of his boot coming off right as he goes into turn 1. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi now, number 21 from the Bunsi Honda Racing Team. He came across the line and took the checkered flag with a 2 minute 8.728 on that lap. So that'll be the conclusion of his session. Kasma is still out on track. Decent sector 2 from him once again. But for now, these are the results for the MSBK 1000 warm-up session. The riders coming in below the 2 minute 8s this time round on a Sunday. Kasma Daniel 2 minute 7.4, Zakwan Zadi 2 minute 7.9, Azra Hakim Anwar third fastest, Azan Shah Kamrazaman, who we saw there a moment with his boot, comes 2 minute 9.3. Ahmad Daniel Haikal there in 5th, not replicating his fastest time that we've seen. Ranjini Krishnan 6th, Osama Mariai with bike issues, he's come back, done a 2 minute 18. Michael Luke Stone in 8th fastest, 9th is Kuchi Yan, 10th is Raja Nazim Iskander, Tiwi Jin, he's in 11th, Muhammad Shukri Manzuki, he comes 12th, and Teo Yujo did not come up for a lap time, so he has no time for this MSBK warm-up session. Stay tuned, do not go anywhere. Right after this, we will have the Yamaha Y16 Masterclass, and after that, we will begin with the races of the final day, the MSBK Round 2 Championship. We'll catch you guys right after this. Welcome back to the last action of the warm-ups for this morning. Before we head into the races, it's a Yamaha Loop Y16 ZR Race Masterclass 10-minute warm-up session. Bit of a wheelie pop there from Daniel Johan. Showboating to just set off our morning on a Sunday, the final day of round 2 of the Malaysian Superbike Championship. Yesterday was quite an eventful race, as it always is with this Yamaha Loop Y16 category. We saw a battle of an entire group of about 20 plus riders, but an incident in turn 9 took out about 4 or 5 riders, but we still had a finish of 18 riders within 2 seconds of the line. Danish Ahmed Zamrul, the 18th rider, and Mohammad Faiz Khairul Azmi went very close, 2.5 seconds away. So essentially it was a 19 rider battle down to the line, but victorious is a name that we've come accustomed to in the Petronas Malaysian Cup Prix. It's Arash Tsunami Kamaruddin. And what can you say about Arash Tsunami? I always mention that he's come into these championships like a tidal wave, blitzing the pack. He's done it once again, right down to the line. He planned his slipstream perfectly and he came across the line with a gap of 0.031 seconds. It was a photo finish. And yeah, this kid is something that we really need to look out for, because especially when you look at the names in this group, and not to mention another fast name is Adi Putra Sukarno, who came in 6th fastest. He was only 0.5 seconds off victory as well. But if you look at the names in this group, they're not pushovers. They're all names which we recognize. You have the likes of Faris Hafiz, who is quite the rider. He's a race winner in Capri. Ooh, someone's gone off already at turn 4, it seems. Not sure if he's fallen or there's a bike issue there for him. But yeah, as I was saying, these are names that we've come accustomed to. You have the likes of Shamil Amshar, Faris Hafiz, Muhammad Aidil, Muhammad Ayub. We have the likes of Ahmad Shukran Aizat, Abdullah Qayyum. These are all names which we know can win. Ahmad Shamil as well. These are familiar names, and to be a young rider and winning against them is quite amazing. This is rider number 3. That is Nordini Usma. It's an unfortunate exit for Nordini on the first out lap for the warm-up session. But already there's just 6 minutes left. No one set a flying lap, so I think by the looks of the timings, we might just get 1 or 2 flying laps for these riders as they make their way around. Fastest time in yesterday's race was within the 2-minute 53s, and sorry, the fastest lap was a 2-minute 52 by Afizi Supat. So he's the only rider lapping the 2-minute 52s in the race time. Abdullah Qayyum was fastest in qualifying with a 2-minute 52.4. If you look at practice, we had a few riders hitting the 252s. There's the likes of Rahimi Nabil Razu, he was fastest in the combined practice. Mohammad Zaki Ahmad Zamri, 2nd fastest. Ahmad Shukran Aizat, 3rd fastest. Faris Hafiz, the last rider hitting the 2-minute 52s. He did a 2-minute 52.928. See these riders now coming around turn 15. They'll come across the line and they should have just about 2 flying laps in this warm-up session. It is a long track for these Y16 ZR bikes, especially since they're one make, they're using standard engines. Now it's this sea of Yamaha Y16 ZRs coming down the front straight as they begin their push for the flying laps. In case anyone's wondering what the top speeds look like for these bikes, they're within the 138s, 140 kilometers per hour as they come down the back straight and the front straight. And as far as what we get on our timing speed trap. They come down to turn 1. This group of 6 riders, very different images to what we're used to seeing from them. Usually we see just one entire large group, but I guess most of the riders are just looking to find their own rhythm, find their own pace, because this is a very fiery group. It's very hard to call out one rider because everyone has an opportunity to win. As I mentioned, in the race yesterday, we had over 20 bikes in the front group. And now try to picture that, 20 riders all fighting in the front group for the battle of the victory. Within 2 seconds is the gap of the top 18 riders down to the line in the finish. There's Tsunami. He's within this group there. The race winner in race 1. To 5-6 now. We follow these riders. Ooh, someone coming very wide through turn 5 there. But a target fixation perhaps. There's Tsunami, and he's just bouncing on his bike there. Quite the character is Tsunami. Very calm and composed always when he's riding. You never see him making mistakes. Mistakes, I mean, in terms of the bike twitching, him really overshooting. I haven't seen him do that a single time that I've been commentating over him, and he's just really one of those riders where you really believe he will be something special. He comes now through looking very calm and composed as always. And here's an interesting thing that I want to comment about Tsunami. He's coming to the MVX Championship, blitzed the pack, victorious. Goes into the YAMAHA Petronas Super Series Championship, blitzes the pack, wins the race. Comes now into the Y16 ZR Race Masterclass, blitzes the pack once again, and wins the race. So he's been victorious in every championship that he's taken part in, every category. And he's just an absolute stellar performer. And here we go, this is more like it. I can't even count the amount of riders that we have in frame right now, but it's easily more than 15 bikes, all swerving around, coming to turn 15. What an image this is, this category. And they come around turn 15, all looking clean through there. They come down the line at the front of this group here. That's the lights. Lights of Abdullah Qayyum, Abdul Razak. Abdullah Qayyum has set the fastest lap of this session at 2 minute 34. He's the only rider who's done a 2 minute 34 so far. 2 minute 54, apologies. That would be quite shocking to see 2 minute 30 out of nowhere for this category, but a 2 minute 54 is the fastest time currently in this warm-up session for Abdullah Qayyum. It's actually quite a bit faster than everyone else. It's compared to second place, Afiq Harith Abu Bakr, that's 1.2 seconds faster. So Abdullah Qayyum looking really confident early on in this category. He has been fast, he has been consistent. But yesterday was just unfortunate. Oh, Tsunami! Oh my goodness, that's at turn 2. Just as I was complimenting him for me never seeing him making a mistake, he has made a mistake. Oh, there's another rider involved as well. Not sure what's happened here at turn 2, but yeah, I was just saying that Tsunami never makes mistakes. Let's see what happened here. Tsunami there, he's at the front. Oh, he goes down and takes the other rider out as well with him. So a very rare fall for Tsunami. I've not seen this picture ever since I was commentating for him. But oh, this is a fast place to crash. That's at the exit of turn 6. That's full gas for these bikes at the out of that turn, because even the 250s are full gas through turn 6, so that's an interesting crash there. So now down to the back straight for the Y16 ZR Race Masterclass. Checker flag is out, so this will be the final lap that they come across with. So a couple of followers there, unfortunately, on this last minute for the YAMAHA Y16 ZR Masterclass warm-up. Going on to turn 15, the sea of Y16 ZR bikes all coming through. Some runners raising their hands there, perhaps already going for an early exit to the pits. So only 2 laps of completion in terms of fast lap times for these riders coming through. I don't think there's anyone that's going to set any improvements in terms of the top 3. You never know with the slipstream. They come across now, and there's no improvements to mention. Which is done about 2 minute 56s, even 3 minutes for some riders. So the riders have come across now to take the checker flag, and we'll have the results up on your screens shortly. But what an interesting end to this session. Our Tsunami's third fastest, even though he had that spill there. It turned to a very rare mistake from the likes of Our Tsunami. We know what he's capable of. So now these are the results for the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass. Abdullah Qayyum once again fastest in the sessions with a 2 minute 54.715. Afiq Harith Abu Bakr second, Ara Tsunami third fastest. The race winner from race 1, Alif Daniel fourth, Faris Afiz fifth, Izam Hanafi sixth, Idil Fitri seventh, eighth is Ahmad Shukran Aizad, ninth is Muhammad Adil Muhammad Ayub, 10th is Danish Ahmad Zamrul, 11th Muhammad Faiz Harul Azmi, 12th is Muhammad Nur Hakim, 13th Muhammad Lufi Shah, 14th is Rahimi Nabil Razu, 15th Sharul Izwan, 16th is Muhammad Danish Zarif, 17th is Ryan Khardani, 18th Ahmad Shamil Akmal, 19th Adi Putra Sukarno, 20th Iman Fahmi, 21st Ahmad Ikram Danish, 22nd Adib Arshad, 23rd Nurdini Uzma, 24th Adib Hakim Nazri, 25th is Irfan Danish, 26th Shamil Amshar, 27th is Adam Ahikal Jahar, Daniel Johan comes 28th, and with no time is Muhammad Zaki Ahmad Zami, who was very fast yesterday and was the likes for Afizi Super, and so both of them not setting a time. But that is the conclusion for the Yamaha Y16 ZR Race Masterclass and the conclusion for all the warm-ups of the final day of the MSBK Round 2. Stay tuned because shortly after this we will have the races, Race 2 for the MSBK 250, the MSBK 600 and the MSBK 1000 class. So 10:40 will be the start of the MSBK 250 Race 2. After that we'll have a short break, and then we'll have the Race 3s for all the categories all the way down to the Y16 ZR Race Masterclass at 4:20. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, have your breakfast and come back right after this.
guys, my name is Ashish Patel and I'm from India. I'm representing United CRA Motorsports India. I'm here racing in 250 class. So far in life, the motorsports is the only sport that has asked me some serious questions about how fit I am mentally and physically, and to explore new areas in my life. I thought to give it a chance to MSBK, which is I feel a little tougher, but I'm really enjoying so far, giving myself a better place to compete. So I'm very happy. Okay, so first of all, I was competing with a huge weight difference, power to the weight ratio. Like I'm weighing almost 30 kg more than my competitors in same category. It was a bit challenging, but I'm trying find the sync between motorcycle and myself. Also, the track is new for me, but I'm trying find that pace to catch the front guys. And so far, I finished 5th and 6th. For me and for the team, being first time here, it was very satisfactory result. But this round we try and push a little more and try and get the podium. Okay, so first of all, I think every individual place has it's unique in itself in terms of what they are offering. Let's say competitors or the track. But so far, I feel really good being here. And nothing much changed comparing to India. But yeah, India, I'm riding powerful machines, 1000cc and 600cc's, also 250 class. But this is a really unique experience for me, to be very frank. I always try and get maximum reading out of whatever the exercise I do. Say for an example, I have something in mind for upcoming FP2, so I try and look what I can do, and I improve accordingly. We change the motorcycle accordingly, and we try and adopt so that we can get a better timing. To be very frank, challenging myself for every individual exercise, no matter what I'm doing, whether it's a pre-practice or qualifying. I want to understand the track, the situation, the maximum way, and want to learn, want to adopt, and want to improve every lap. Hey guys, by the way, you can catch me live on Facebook across the globe, in India, Canada, US, everywhere. MSBK 250 Class A. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Nama saya Muhammad Husni. Saya daripada Sabah, ya Sabahan. Now saya masuk kategori MSBK 250. Kalau kata rider kental tu taklah, tapi untuk menambah knowledge kita punya skill itu sangat penting lah pada kita sebagai rider. Sebenarnya motivasi tu berbicara daripada parents sendirilah, di mana parents pun mendukung kehendak kita untuk kita maju setapak lebih ke hadapan. Jadi dengan semangat tu kita boleh terus maju, di samping dengan kawan-kawan yang menyokong kita secara langsung dan tidak langsung, membolehkan kita untuk terus maju ke hadapan. Untuk target podium tu sebenarnya sangat susah, tapi kita cuba. Tidak salah untuk kita mencuba. Pada saya, skill tu untuk improve atas diri kita sendiri, bukan setakat kita sekadar jogging ke. Dari segi riding skill, kita punya motivasi daripada kawan-kawan pun kita perlukan. Siapalah kawan yang menyokong kita kalau kita tidak boleh. target saya tidaklah banyak, sekadar untuk improve lah daripada race pertama saya. Untuk race pertama saya, untuk pengetahuan saya adalah untuk first time masuk dalam MSBK event yang besar ni, itulah first time saya. Tapi untuk rekod yang pertama, kedua, ketiga, alhamdulillah ada improvement. Jadi saya akan buat improvement sikit demi sikit, walaupun tidak banyak, tapi saya usaha untuk buat yang lebih baik agar nama saya boleh orang kenal. Di samping tu boleh angkat orang-orang Sabahan masuk pergi Sepang yang besar ni. Tak kisah kan, tak salah kan? Okey, itu saja dari saya. Selamat maju jaya.
Welcome back to the morning session for the MSBK round 2. And we're here for the race 2s for the MSBK 250, 600, and 1000. Of course, first we're going to have the MSBK 250 race. It's going to be 8 laps of hot fire action. We saw quite the battle yesterday and quite the photo finish, the way Irfan Haikal dived in on his teammate. It was an absolute amazing race that we witnessed. We're about to see it once again. You join me, Daniel Bogus, live from the Sepang International Circuit. We're about to see some amazing racing up ahead. For now, the weather's looking fine. Cloud cover, just a scatter of clouds here and there, but the weather looking dry and fair all the way through. It's not too humid today, so it's good weather for racing. For now, let's see the recap of yesterday's race 1. 8 laps. It was a brilliant start by both of the Bunsiu Honda racing team riders. Idlan Hakimi, he led almost every single lap of the race. From the start to the finish, it was just this battle for second and third place. We saw that Farish Hafi trying to find his way, trying to make his way up into Idlan Hakimi's first place, but he was just unable to fend off that defense that Hakimi has given. But there was Farish Hafi, a huge moment at turn 5. What a fantastic save that was from the likes of Farish Hafi. You can see the team as well in disbelief. And then on the same lap, this moment between himself and Irfan Haikal. Of course, a displeasure there from the likes of Farish Hafi. But he comes back in fighting once again. But it was Idlan Hakimi leading non-stop for 7 laps of the race, all the way down to the line. It was just his race. Wasn't to be, as we see shortly. Here comes Farish Hafi once again on the back family Itzar, using his teammate's slipstream to try and dart back into the braking zone. And in the B week category, we have here Amr Izzat, as well as Amar Fares fighting up for the B group. Patel Ashish, he's from the A group, but he was in this mix as well. Here once again, it's Idlan Hakimi and Farish Hafi made the move on the outside there of the likes of Farish, Irfan Haikal. As they come down into the last lap, here was the moment that we thought, finally someone's given Idlan Hakimi a challenge for the victory. And into first place went Farish Hafi, but just as he comes into turn 2 and on the exit, it was drama for Farish Hafi. He crashes over, and what a moment there for Idlan Hakimi over Farish Hafi's bike. Both the riders behind them as well, avoiding the bike remarkably. And then it was down to the line. We thought Idlan Hakimi had that gap. But into turn 15, as always, the drama happens. Irfan Haikal looking like he messed it up. But on the inside was Emil Itzar. And Idlan Hakimi got back into second, but was just unable to take first place back from Irfan Haikal. And it was a sure victory for Irfan Haikal as he came down to the line, takes the checkered flag with the victory. And what a mature ride it was from Irfan Haikal after we saw him making a few mistakes in round 1. But Irfan Haikal, the young rider for the Bunsiu Honda racing team, was victorious. And in the 250B, it was the likes of Amir Izzat Rozali for the Horizon Racing Team who was victorious, followed by the likes of Fariz Zafri and Fauzi Hassan and then Fariz Zafri. So this is what the Sepang International Circuit looks like. 15 turns. We have 5 left turns, and the right turns are in 10 It's a long, long circuit. And we'll throw down to Nasha down at the grid, who will interview a few of the riders.
Terima kasih Daniel, dan kita berada di grid MSBK 250. Saya akan bersama dengan pelumba yang akan bermula di petak yang pertama, iaitu Idlan Hakimi Radwan. Walaupun bermula di petak yang pertama semalam, tapi Idlan pada awal permulaan perlumbaan semalam nampak macam ada pace berada di hadapan, tapi berakhir dengan kedudukan kedua. So komen sikit pasal perlumbaan semalam and perlumbaan ni.
Pada perlumbaan semalam agak sengit bersama teammate saya. Dan semalam di last lap saya ada langgar rider SIC Farid Syafi, tapi untuk hari ini saya cuba kekalkan race pace saya yang lebih baik dan saya akan buat lebih baik untuk mendapatkan podium 1 hari ini.
Okay, terima kasih dan all the best. Kita akan bersama dengan pelumba yang akan bermula di petak yang ketujuh, iaitu pelumba yang merupakan pelumba MSBK 250B. Dia adalah pelumba yang memenangi perlombaan semalam. Amir Izzat semalam P1 untuk MSBK B kan. So mendahului weekend warrior pusingan lalu, iaitu Fauzi Hassan. So rasanya boleh menang lagi tak untuk perlombaan kedua ni?
Saya cuba yang terbaik untuk race 2 ni. Tengok nanti.
Terima kasih Amir Izzat. Kita akan bersama dengan seorang pelumba wanita pada perlombaan pusingan pertama tempoh hari, di mana beliau berkedudukan di tempat ketiga secara keseluruhannya. Jadi kita akan bersama dengan Saidatul Zakirah, pelumba yang menggunakan motosikal bernombor 88 warna pink. Okey, Zakirah, macam mana untuk perlombaan ni? Rasa-rasa pusingan 1 dah dapat nombor 3. Rasanya kali ni boleh nombor 1 tak?
InsyaAllah boleh, cuma kira nervous sikit and kira masih ada corner yang kira kena perbaiki. And dalam race ni kira cuba tak nak buat mistake langsung. Dan cuba nak ikut group.
Okay, kira all the best dan kita kembali semula bersama dengan Daniel.
Thank you so much, Nasha. And interesting words there down at the grid. Idlan Hakimi is always looking very cool, calm and composed. The likes of Amr Izzat, he's looking to make it a double victory. Irfan Haikal looking a bit stressed out there. But Irfan, he's always a star performer. He's a real talent in the making. We can expect big things coming Irfan Haikal's way. Now back here, that's Emil Itzhar. I'm just noticing second on the grid is missing. That is the likes of Farish Hafi. So I'm just getting information that Farish Hafi won't be racing in race 2. No idea why that is, but for now we're looking at Emil Itzhar there. Emil Itzhar is one. Having a good performance yesterday, but he was just unable to fight down the line with Idlan Hakimi. He nearly made it into second, nearly into the victory as well with that dive into the last turn. He managed to get a podium. Here's his teammate Faris Putra. A bit of a heartbreak for him at the end of the race. He just lost a bit of wind, couldn't make it behind the front group. Here's Mohamed Ezrik's Sharis, rider number 77. For the Budak Kimia John Chain Loop Racing by Brap. Yesterday came 9th fastest overall and 4th for the MSBK 250B category. And next to him there, that is the likes of Muhammad Fauzi Hassan, who got a really good second place finish for him in race 1. Round 2, it was better looking performance, but unfortunately Amr Izzat managed to break the rhythm of Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. He's always looking happy and cheerful. We've seen Muhammad Fauzi Hassan with us in the MSBK Championship for a long time already. And I believe that's 10th on the grid. That's so I'm getting the news that the likes of Muhammad Nur Haikal, he's not on the grid with us for race 2. Once again, no idea what that is. But here's Ahmad Farid Zafri, another contender in the MSBK 250B Championship. He's been with us also for many years in the 250 class. Yesterday finishing 3rd overall for the MSBK 250B. Here's Saidato Zakira, good performance for her. She finished 5th fastest in MSBK 250B. She's always looking cheerful. A young rider in the making is Saidato Zakira. Earlier stints in the Petrans Cup Pre-Rio Championship, she was with the Azan Shah 25 Academy Racing Team. Back on grid is number 5, Khairul Firdaus Kadzim. There's number 78, Irfan Safwan. And it's a cool morning. It's a light breeze around, so the temperatures is playing very nicely into the MSBK 250 race. And here's Siti Nur Shafia, another lady rider in our MSBK 250 class. We have the likes of Siti Nur Shafia as well as Saidatul Zakira. Very cute bike that she has with almost eyes on the fairing. But for now, this is a very interesting layout. We have two riders missing from this frame. Faris Hafi, he's not on the grid. Mohammad Nur Haikal, he's not on the grid either. So opportunities all around. 30-second marker being shown now on the grid. Now the weather, once again there we can see looking very fair. This is how the race 2 lines up. Starting from pole position is Mohammad Idlan Hakimi. Faris Shafi, who should be second, is not on the grid currently. Irfan Haikal rounds out the front row in third. Second row, Emil Itzar, Faris Putra, and Patel Ashish. Coming down to row 3 of Mohammad Amir Izzat, Mohammad Ezrik Shariz, and ninth is Mohammad Fazi Hassan. Row 4, Mohammad Nur Haikal, who's also not on the grid. Ahmad Faris Zafri, he's 11th. Saidatul Zakira in 12th, running off row 4. In row 5 is Khairul Firdaus Kadzim, Irfan Safwan, Siti Nur Shafia. Row 6, Dang Jamalus Herianto. 17th, Zul Husni Jaluddin. In 18th is Niraj Sukamon. And the last one in row 7 is Mohammad Zakir Nakyuddin Kamarul Nizam. So there's 19 riders on the grid, well technically 17 with the 2 riders which are missing that we saw earlier. And now the riders are coming out for their formation lap before they line up on the grid. And you can see there, the Boonsiu riders already out in action. They're out in force. They're looking to find another 1-2 in race 2. First and second will be great in their points chase. And it'll be great for the riders' confidence going into race 3 later on this afternoon. For now, it used to be 3 SIC Racing riders when it came to yesterday, but now we only have 2 on the grid, Emil Itzar and Faris Putra. So it's the 2 SIC riders and the 2 Boonsiu Honda Racing Team riders that we can expect battling for the front 3 positions on the podium. So now we're just watching the riders come through turns 7 and 8. This is a very fast sector on the 250cc bikes. It's almost full gas as they come around turn 7 into the double right-hander. Into turn 9, there's a hard braking zone. Riders have to be very wary down on the brakes. They have to make sure that they get the bike stopped in time, but still with some rolling speed as they enter into the uphill drive of turn 10. You can see there a line of the magic dust being spread on the uphill run. For now, we're getting the image there into turn 11. This is another really fast zone for the 250 class. It's full gas all around there. It's going to be 8 laps of the MSBK 250 race 2. And it'll be 8 laps once again in race 3 later on this afternoon. So it's 2 races today that the riders will have to face. It's going to be a fast and fury 8 laps for them all. And for now, the riders coming around into turn 15 right before they form up on the grid. Before all the action begins, and that's going to be the tense moments when the riders form up. Everyone's just waiting for the lights, waiting for the rest of the riders to arrive at the back of the grid. You see that we have about 6 riders here forming up the rear. Championships wise, I think Irfan Haikal is a good opportunity now to really catch up and find his way into championship scoring positions. See the riders lining up there, and you can see the grid position missing there for the likes of Faris Hafi. He's not on the grid with us, and neither is the likes of Mohammad Nur Haikal. You can see there, that is Irfan Haikal there, the race winner of race 1. Safety car forming up on the rear. One of the last riders also forming up on the back of the grid now. I think some grid positions being instructed once again for the riders at the back there. Once that's sorted, the green flag will be waved at the back of the grid, and all the riders will wait for the lights to come on, and so will we. Green flag being waved. 8 laps being shown there on the lap board. We'll wait for the lights, and once the lights go off, they will head off for the action. The lights are on, the lights are off, and it's a good start there from third. It was a good start from the SIC Racing Team riders as well. Now they all line up for the rundown into the first turn. This is going to be a crucial spot. Who's going to get the whole shot? You can see there, Faris Putra, he's already eyeing that inside line over Irfan Haikal, and he's going to try and make a move, but it's not close enough. It's Idlan Hakimi who leads. Second is Irfan Haikal. I believe Faris Putra has just made it into third, so he's made up a couple of great positions already. And now down into turn 3, it's Idlan Hakimi who follows behind is Irfan Haikal. See that down in the B group. The likes of Fadil Firdaus there, he's battling the likes of Saito Zakira through turn 3. And at the front here, it's Idlan Hakimi who leads in front of Irfan Haikal. And now I'm wondering whether Irfan Haikal is going to play the tactic that he did yesterday, which is wait until the last moment to make a move on his teammate, or is he going to try and overtake Idlan and take an early lead? But he knows that Idlan has superior pace, so it might just be better to just follow Idlan while he makes his strides. But it's interesting here already, we have a gap. Faris Putra, he has already broken rhythm with Emil Itzar. Emil Itzar is being dropped quite quickly. He's gone through the first and second sector quite slower than his teammates. So let's see whether or not Emil Itzar can make up back his pace, and I think he's able to. But for now, there's Amr Izzat, the race winner for the MSBK 250B class. Fauzi Hassan making a move on the inside of Ashish Patel. There's Mohammad Ezrik Shariz, who's trying to latch on behind Fauzi Hassan, who has a good pace right now at the start. But it looks like Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal, they are making the gap between themselves and the SIC Racing Team riders. This is very worrying for the likes of Emil Itzar and Faris Putra. They are unable to keep up with the pace of the two Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders early on in this MSBK 250 Race 2. As they come down the straight now, they're not going to be able to get any slipstream from these two riders, and we know how strong the Hondas are down the straight, so this is worrying signs for the SIC Racing Team riders. Will the Bunsu Honda Racing Team pull away with an easy 1-2 for themselves? Into turn 15, Idlan Hakimi going very defensive and wide there. Irfan Haikal really sticking on the rear of Idlan Hakimi. I think he's going to try and take this early lead because he's really pushing it now, but Irfan Haikal takes a look behind. He's trying to gauge where the SIC Racing Team riders are, and we are too. And look, there they are. Already on the first lap, a 2.2 second gap between Emil Itzar and Irfan Haikal, who's in second. So this is wearing, Irfan Haikal makes the move on Idlan Hakimi. Once again, he takes the early lead. So this is what I was wondering, whether he's going to try and take the early lead from his teammate and push away. And I think he saw the SIC Racing Team riders already quite a distance behind. So he thought, you know what, I'm going to try and take the lead of this race. Let's have a battle of teammates. And what a move that was from Irfan Haikal. Clean, yet aggressive. Now it's Irfan Haikal that leads from Idlan Hakimi, and Idlan's going to have a bit of a shock now. This kid's once again taking the lead from me. It looks like Emil Itzar, he's pulling away ever so slightly from Faris Putra. But for now at the B group, it's Amr Izzad who manages to take the lead. He's got quite a gap of himself between himself and Ashish Patel, as well as Ezrik Shah. It's interesting, Fauzi Hassan has dropped a few places down. He was at the front of that quartet over there. Now there's Ashish Patel. He leads this group of 4 into turn 5. Behind Ashish is Ezrik Shariz, followed by Zakir Nakyudin. Ooh, a bit of a moment there for Ezrik Shariz on the rear of Ashish Patel. But Amr Izzat, he's having a bit of a lonely race right now. He's got no pressure behind him, no one in front of him either. Fanakos just set the fastest first sector, apologies. And at the front here, you can see the SIC Racing Team riders. Idlan Hakimi has recovered the lead somewhere along there. I think that was move at turn 9 perhaps. Idlan Hakimi now leads in front of his teammate of Irfan Haikal. And Emil Itzar actually looks like he's catching up a bit. But he's not going to have slipstream coming down the straights, and that's going to be very difficult for Emil Itzar. And Faris Putra, once again, he's just getting dropped. He's unable to keep up with the pace of the front trio. For now, here's Idlan Hakimi. Very smooth riding style is Idlan. Irfan Haikal is going to get a good slipstream coming down the back straight. He might make a move in turn 15. We know he likes that move. It looks like he might line it up for turn 1, but he's coming closer and closer behind the rear of Idlan Hakimi. Takes a look on the inside, but it's not going to be this time round. Irfan Haikal, a bit of a slide there on the rear. Really one of those aggressive young riders that we're starting to see now come up the ranks. And as they come across the line now, we'll have 6 laps remaining of the MSBK 250 race 2. Once again, Irfan Haikal, fastest lap, but Emil Itzar, a 2-minute 30.994. So without slipstream, Emil Itzar is starting to lap really good. And he's caught up just about 0.2 seconds closer to the front 2. But Emil Itzar starting to get his strides, and he's starting to look a bit menacing now. They come into turn 1. It's still Idlan Hakimi who leads. They come into turn 3. This was a controversial moment for Idlan. He just ran over the bike of Farish Hafi. But there's Emil Itzar. He's broken away from his teammate Faris Putra. And Faris Putra just nowhere near the pace of the front 3. And what's this that happened here? Amir Izzat has been overtaken. He had a huge gap at the start of the last lap. So this has really turned the table. Must have been a mistake from Amir Izzat somewhere, because he had a few second gap between himself and all the riders behind him. But for now, it is Mohammad Zakir Nakiyuddin who's leading this 4 riders. And apologies, it's Ashish Patel who now leads. So this is quite the scrap we're having here. And I think Amir Izzat must have made a mistake at turn 1, because he came across the line. He was still leading this group of 4, but now he just got swamped by the rest of them. So it's Patel Ashish that leads the 4 riders here. He's of course in the A group, so he's not really battling with these riders in terms of championship. It's more or less just for bragging rights between these 4 riders, 5 riders now actually it is. Fazi Hassan, he's just come up the rear there. Maybe he's just trying to gauge where everyone is, because he likes to make that late charge. Ezrik Shah there trying to make a move on Amir Izzat, but Amir just unable to regain his position for now. And Patel Ashish, he's gone in front, and it looks like Amir Izzat now taking back his position in front of Zakir Nakiyuddin. Ooh, but he goes wide, and it looks like Zakir might be able to make a way in, but a bit of a hand signal there from Amir Izzat. Wondering what that's all about, but for now, it's Amir Izzat who leads the MSBK 250B once again. He's going to have to try and regain his positions. For now, we're looking back at the front. It's still Idlan Hakimi that leads the race for the MSBK 250A. Irfan Haikal just sticking to the rear of his teammate, but it looks like once again Emil Itzar, he is reeling them in. He's fastest in this lap so far in Sector 1 and Sector 2. And I think the time gap should be slightly less as they come across the line now. There's Irfan Haikal. He's taking a bit of a wider line there. And yes, the lap time has dropped for Emil Itzar, and the gap is now only 1.6 seconds. In about 1 or 2 laps, Emil Itzar is going to find himself right behind these 2 Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders. But Faris Putra, once again, a 2-minute 33.1 for him. That's nowhere near what these front 3 are doing. They're all doing 31s. Actually, Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal have set identical lap times. A 2-minute 31.122, a 2-minute 31.132. But Emil Itzar, the fastest rider so far. Irfan Haikal, he's starting to open up the gas a bit, but Emil Itzar, fastest Sector 1, just as Irfan Haikal did. But here's Amir Izzat. He goes on the inside of Patel Ashish there, and I think he's made it stick. It looks like Ezrik Shadris, he's also made the move on Zakir Nakiyuddin, and yes, Amir Izzat has made the move on Patel Ashish. He leads the MSBK 250. He leads this group of 5 riders, and he's going to try and gap them now. He's going into turn 3, and he's got a bit of a gap there. For now, there's Ezrik Shadris, a very, very bright yellow bike there. But for now, it's this run down into turn 4. It's Amir Izzat. Looks like there is already a gap for Amir Izzat, so he's going to have to try and maintain this lead and try to fend off the charge from the 3 250B riders behind Patel Ashish. For now, it looks like Amir Izzat is looking comfortable in his strides. Now we wait for the riders to reach into turn 6, and it looks like Patel Ashish has caught up a bit there through 5 and 6. So Amir Izzat's going to try and run away here at turn 7 8, but there's Slipstream that's coming in. For now, Amir Izzat taking that defensive. He's taking a bit of a more inside line, trying to block anyone from making a move right on the inside of turn 7 and 8. A bit of a difficult place to play defensive. And now into turn 9, Zakir Nakiyuddin. He goes on the inside of Ezrik Shadris, and oh, Ezrik Shadris not taking any questions there. straight away closing the door on Zakir once again. He's now going to make a move on Patel Ashish here, 11, not close enough. He's starting to look a bit menacing. Amir Izzat looking a bit weaker in this race. He's not able to pull away from these 4 riders behind him. Patel Ashish, what a corner speed from Patel Ashish. He goes on the inside of turn 13 there, but unable to. He's on the rumble strip and he drops a position instantly, but that was massive corner speed coming in from him. But I'm just looking at the front group right now. Emil Itzar sets his fastest lap of this weekend, a 2:30.0. Irfan Haikal is now leading the race, but Emil Itzar is only 0.8 seconds away from Idlan Hakimi. He's right behind the 2 Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders, and we only have less than 4 laps in this race. Emil Itzar, he's going to dive into the contention for a victory very soon, but right on our main picture now, Amir Izzat just got swamped by the likes of Ezek Shariz and Zakir Nakiuddin. So Amir Izzat struggling in race 2. He's unable to maintain the lead for the 250B. And Patil Ashish now leading this 5 riders here. Fazi Hassan's watching all of this unfold. He's just gauging when he can make a move, and he makes a move on Amir Izzat. Amir Izzat, a mistake once again at turn 1. He's unable to maintain his higher positions. And right there at the bottom right of your screen, you can see the battle at the front. The 3 riders are all bunched up once again. Emil Itzar has found his way back into the contention for a victory. I honestly thought Emil Itzar was out of this contention already, but my goodness, he's made some amazing work setting the fastest lap of the race. And he's going to make a move on the inside there at turn 9. Ooh, hard on the brakes, but Emil Itzar unable to. And hard on the brakes again is Fazi Hassan on Zakir Nakiuddin. He makes a move up. But so does Amir Izzat. He takes both riders at turn 4 on the outside. Couple of amazing battles that we're witnessing right now on both screens of the image, and it's hard to focus on either one. But for now, it looks like Emil Itzar, that lunge into turn 9 wasn't exactly what he needed, because he managed to, he didn't manage to make it stick, but he's found himself right back at the front 2 once again, and he's going to get good slipstream coming in. But for now, looking at the main picture, it's Patil Ashish that leads this group of 5 riders. Looks like someone else has joined his group. That's Mohammad Nur Haikal there, number 93. Mohammad Nur Haikal wasn't even on the grid, so I'm very confused at where he's come from. But here comes Emil Itzar. He's going to make a move on the inside of Irfan Haikal. Idlan Hakimi goes wide. Emil Itzar makes it stick, and he's going to be leading as they come around turn 15. What a change to this race this has become. But Irfan Haikal and Idlan Hakimi, they're going to get a good slipstream as they come around here. Idlan Hakimi blitzes past his teammate and gets past Emil Itzar. This is going to be quite the battle. 3 laps remaining now. And Emil Itzar, he's sandwiched between the Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders. Ooh, Irfan Haikal, he was looking at a potential maneuver there. But Emil Itzar, he regains the lead of the race. And he comes into turn 2 now, still leading. This is going to be quite the scrap. His teammate Faris Putra is nowhere to be seen. He's not close enough to help his teammate. So it's going to be a battle between the SIC Racing Team rider and the 2 Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders with just less than 3 laps. You can see Mr. Helmi there from the Honda Racing division watching on him. Oh, Irfan Haikal makes an amazing move, but Idlan Hakimi comes right on the inside of the both of them and takes 2 positions back up to take the lead of the race once again. And look at the gap he's created with just that amazing maneuver. 2 aggressive overtaking maneuvers from the Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders, but Emil Itzar straight away relegated down into 3rd. And I think Idlan Hakimi is going to try and make a break for it. He knows he has the pace, but right now Emil Itzar, he's looking in a really good rhythm. And Irfan Haikal, you can know that, you know he has young blood. He's going to try and do something. He wants the victory again. He wants to make it a double, and he's looking at the inside of turn 9, but he's not close enough. It's Idlan Hakimi who leads once again from Irfan Haikal and Emil Itzar. Ooh, Emil coming very strong through turn 9. A lot of corner speed he was carrying. He come now into turn 10 and 11. That's long right-hander here. Here comes Emil Itzar once again on the rear of Irfan Haikal. He's going to make a move, probably lining up for turn 15. It looks like Emil Itzar, he's just able to carry more corner speed than the 2 Honda riders in front of them. For now, he closes the gap on the braking into turn 14, the penultimate corner before the controversial turn 15. When they come around turn 15 and cross the line, there'll be only 2 laps remaining in this race. For now, it's Idlan Hakimi followed by Irfan Haikal. Behind Irfan is the SIC Racing Team rider, Emil Itzar. And at the bottom right there of your screen, you can see once again Amr Izzat. He's got in the lead of the 250B. But here comes Emil Itzar on the inside of Irfan Haikal. He latches himself right up behind Idlan Hakimi, blocks Irfan Haikal beautifully, and he's going to get the slipstream behind Idlan Hakimi. He knows he needs that because Irfan Haikal, he's light, he's strong, and the bike is fast. So for now, it's Idlan Hakimi followed by Emil Itzar and Irfan Haikal behind him. That's your front three, the front trio for the MSBK 250A. But here comes Irfan Haikal on the inside. They have a back marker there, number 30. But Emil Itzar, he takes the lead, makes a move on Idlan Hakimi, and he doesn't make it stick. It's Idlan Hakimi back on the inside. Emil Itzar block passes him into turn 2. And this is going to be quite the scrap. It is Emil who leads now from Idlan Hakimi. And you can see there, Irfan Haikal, he's just pacing, he's watching, he's seeing all of this unfold. And now the question is, when is he going to make his move? Is he going to wait until the last turn again? Looks like Idlan Hakimi's got on the inside of Emil. Irfan Haikal aggressive on the inside of turn 4. They come close. Near contact there between the two riders. Irfan Haikal is riding like his life depends on it. He's so aggressive trying to come in and regain second position. But Emil Itzar's defensive riding and corner speed is absolutely superior at this moment. And it looks like coming across the line, Amr Izzat, he's leading the 250B battle. Azrik Sharis, he's in second for the 250B. Fawzi Hassan, third for the 250B. But for now, we focus back onto the front trio once again. It's Idlan Hakimi and Emil Itzar and Irfan Haikal. Irfan making a move on Emil. Emil making a move on Idlan, and it's going to be Irfan who makes a move on Emil. I thought he was about to take both riders in turn 9. But for now, it's Idlan Hakimi that leads. Irfan Haikal back into second. They make it now into 11. Let's see, turn 11 is going to be, once again, Emil will carry so much corner speed all the way through there, and that's why he's able to close the gap right down before the running into the back straight of the Sepang International Circuit. And for now, we follow these three riders. Ooh, Emil looks like he made a bit of a mistake on the flip there into turn 13. But into 14, he's going to line up right behind the Boons Johanna Racing Team riders. Emil, a bit of a moment there on the rear of his bike. Nearly a high set for him, and that's ruined his drive coming into the back straight. And that moment could actually be the end of his charge, because look at the gap that has created. That high set has just ruined his drive coming into the back straight, and Irfan is just going to be stuck to the rear of his teammates' bike. And it's number 21 and number 12 that are at the front. I don't think Emil's going to be close enough to make a move midway through this last lap, but definitely look out for turn 15. He might be able to find his strides a bit more. But Irfan Haikal on the slipstream just cruises past Idlan Hakimi. And sure enough, he set the fastest top speed of this race so far. Idlan trying to go defensive again into turn 1, and Idlan's so strong into turn 1 on the brakes, and he maintains his lead in the MSBK 250 for the final lap of the race. But it looks like Emil's found himself right behind them. It's going to be quite the challenge for him to catch up with them, because on that last lap as well, he's lost quite a lot of time. He did a 2:31.9, while the front two are nearly doing 2-minute 30s. But now we follow these two Boons Johanna Racing Team riders into turn 4. Irfan Haikal likes to make a move here, but it's not going to be here. I think he's waiting once again to do it at turn 15. He knows that he's light enough to maintain the lead as he exits 15 onto the front straight. Now here's Emil, and it looks like it's a bit too far for him. It's going to be really difficult for him to catch up the gap that he has now in the next three corners. Idlan Hakimi goes up onto the grass, manages to save it and keep on the track. This could be music for Emil. He sees that they're starting to scrap it out together. This could bring him closer, and his potential for a move on turn 15 increases. Into turn 9 now. It's still Idlan Hakimi that leads. Irfan's looking at the inside, but he's not close enough. He's not going to make it here. But Emil, he's just found himself right at the back of them. I think that little scrap has just found himself a couple of more tenths to come into contention now. And it's going to go down to the wire. It's Idlan Hakimi, Irfan Haikal, Emil Itzar now. Just 3 corners left in this race. 4 corners, apologies. As you come through 11 into 12, it's still Idlan that leads, followed by Irfan Haikal, and then Emil Itzar right behind the duo of them. And there we go. Emil just found himself right on the rear of Irfan, They come down the straight now. It's going to be the battle of slipstreams. Who has the wits to outbreak each other? Who's going to play the block pass? It all comes down to this. Down the back straight now. Emil just watching, seeing where Irfan's going to go. He's targeting a victory. He wants to get the win for the SSC Racing team. And Irfan goes wide. Idlan playing that defensive line this time round. Irfan goes on the outside, the deeper line, but looks like he's going to be swamped now. And now it's the run down to the line. It's going to be the battle of the slipstream. Irfan Haikal trying to line up behind Idlan, but I don't think he has enough. Emil unable as well. And it's going to be maintained in the positions that they were in the last lap. Idlan Hakimi victorious. Irfan Haikal in second. Emil Itzar, an amazing recovery, but he finishes third once again. And his teammate Faris Pucha, he's somewhere at the back of this group as well. He's looking like he's going to finish in fourth. But what a finish that was. Everyone scrapping up for lines in turn 15. But Idlan Hakimi playing that defensive line. He knew exactly what Irfan was going to try. And that was a brilliant maneuver from Idlan to play defensive and maintain first place all the way down. For now, this is the battle for sixth. The battle for the victory in the 250B class. Amir Izzat, he's leading for now. But he's got pressure now from Ezek Sharis. And it's going to be a battle of slipstream once again. Izzat, he leads for now. Ezek Shah looking behind him. And Fauzi Hassan as well. He's trying to line up. He's trying to find himself into the victory as well. For now, it's Amir Izzat that leads. And Fauzi Hassan looks like he's going to make a move on turn 15. He's not close enough. Bit of a wobble there. And looks like Amir Izzat is going to be victorious for the MSBK 250B class. It's going to be a double victory for Amir Izzat as he comes across the line now. Rider number 98 comes across. Ezek Shah 77 comes across. Fauzi Hassan comes across. That is a 1, 2, and 3 for the MSBK 250 class. Zakir Nakiuddin comes in 9th. Muhammad Nur Haikal comes in 10th. And now we're looking back at the overall race winner, Idlan Hakimi Radwan from the Bunsiu Honda Racing Team. A best lap time of a 2 minute 31.052. But this young boy, he's so consistent in his lap times. And what a mature move that was at turn 15 to realize that his teammate, he was going to dive in and he played defensive. He played that tight line so that Irfan had no space to get on the gas early. That was quite the maneuver from Idlan Hakimi. But top job to Emil Itzar as well. We thought he was so far get that he wouldn't be able to make it back. A nice little wheelie there for Idlan Hakimi. But yes, Emil Itzar, top job to him for recovering twice from quite the gap between himself and the Bunsiu Honda Racing Team riders. But it's going to be a sweet, sweet victory for Idlan Hakimi. He knows he's done amazing work in this race. And all throughout the weekend, he's been fantastic. But yesterday, he just could not see his teammate coming through on the inside of turn 15. So these are the results for the MSBK 250 Race 2. Victorious is Muhammad Idlan Hakimi. Second is Irfan Haikal, his teammate. Emil Itzar, the only SIC Racing Team rider challenging for the podium. In third, Faris Putra in fourth. Fifth is Patel Ashish. Sixth and victorious for the MSBK 250B. Once again, is Amir Izzat. Seventh is Muhammad Ezek Sharis. Eighth is Muhammad Fauzi Hassan. Ninth is Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin. 10th is Muhammad Nur Haikal. 11th is Saidato Zakira. 12th, Ahmad Faris Zafri. 13th, Haril Firdaus Kadzim. 14th is Siti Nur Shafia. 15th, Muhammad Irfan Safwan. 16th is Dang Jamilus Herianto. 17th is Niraj Sukamon. 18th, Muhammad Zul Husni. And not starting the race is Muhammad Farish Hafi Farid Zesli. What a ride it has been for these two Bunsiu Honda Racing Team riders this weekend. A victory for each rider so far, but who's going to take the double victory if they manage to do it once again in race 3 later on this afternoon? As we know, every race is different, but for now, these riders will celebrate a really good job by the Bunsiu Honda Racing Team as they enter Park Ferme. Smiles all around for the Honda riders. Just watching the riders now after a really enticing second race of the weekend for the MSBK 250 class. They're going to have to do it all again later on in the afternoon, so stay tuned because we have plenty of action coming up ahead. And if you're watching the live right now from home, do come down to the Sepang International Circuit and join us for the action and witness it firsthand, because we had history for Azrai happen yesterday and we're going to see a lot more happen today once again. So this is what happened in the race just now. Quite the start from the Bunsi Honda Racing Team riders, and I thought the SIC team did a good job at the start. I thought Faris Putra and Emil Itzar would be the pair to challenge, but right after the first lap there was a gap of nearly 2 seconds between the two teams. And it was just a battle for the Bunsi Honda Racing Team riders at the start. But at the back of the 250B, it was quite the battle that we had. We had 4 riders fighting for the victory in the B class, and Patel Ashish there getting in the mix as well. He was unable to break the rhythm of all these riders up until the end, where he was finally able to take 5th position. But this was the battle at the end. Emil Itzar fighting for his life, but there comes Idlan Hakimi. What a move, a double overtake at turn 4. That's an absolutely fantastic maneuver. But into 5 and 6, Idlan Hakimi is just so strong. He's really good on the gas, and he loves to play these fast flowy corners. But right down to the line at turn 15, we saw the test of Emil Itzar. We saw the likes of Idlan Hakimi trying to get into the mix. This was the second last lap, where we saw Emil Itzar latch himself behind Idlan. Irfan Aikal, he's just so strong down the straight. He's light and the bike has really good top speed. But for now there, Irfan Aikal trying to make a move on Emil Itzar, and what a close call that was between Irfan Aikal and the likes of Emil. But here comes turn 15 once again for the 250B. Amir Izzat trying to make a move on Ezrik Shariz, but Ezrik Shariz going very, very wide there, but still maintaining the lead momentarily on the second last lap. But down to the last lap there, Idlan Hakimi really going all out and pushing it, getting on the gas early, nearly running a bit too wide there, but managed to recover. And here was turn 15 on the last lap. Idlan Hakimi playing that defensive inside line, getting on the gas early. Irfan Aikal trying to play the wide line to try and get the run down to the straight. But even with slipstream, Idlan Hakimi managed to maintain to his victory. And Irfan Aikal had to settle for second, and Emil Itzar once again ever so unlucky in third. But what a job it was from Emil Itzar to recover. And in the 250B, it was Amir Izzat who was victorious, followed by Ezrik Shariz and Fauzi Hassan. Now we head to the podium ceremony. There's Emil Itzar as one. Ever so happy with the victory of him getting a double podium. This is not a victory overall in the race, but it is always a sweet moment for a rider to get up onto the top 3 steps of the podium. And to present the trophies to the winners is Mr. Chris Lowe, the marketing manager for RK South Asia, Sudirman Berhad. Third position to Emil Itzar. Second place, coming very fast once again, is Mohammad Irfan Haikal Amidi for the Bunsi Honda Racing Team. And the victorious for race 2 of the MSBK 250 class, Idlan Hakimi Radwan from the Bunsi Honda Racing Team. Happy smiles all around from all the riders there up on the podium. And after this, we will have more action coming up ahead. But this is what the MSBK 250A Championship looks like. Irfan Haikal with the lead in the championship, 92 points. Emil Itzar close by. 8 points down is with 84 points. Faris Shafi not completing this race, so he settles for third with 75 points. Faris Putra fourth, 59 points. Patel Ashish in fifth with 53 points. Muhammad Zakir Nakiuddin with 47 points in sixth. And in seventh is Idlan Hakimi Radwan. The standings for the MSBK 250B Championship, it's Amir Izzat Razali with 50 points of the double victory this weekend so far. Fazi Hassan, 36 points in second. Ezrik Sharis, 33 points. Farid Zafri, 26 points in fourth. Mohamed Haikal, he's fifth. Saidato Zakira, sixth. Seventh is Khairul Firdaus Kazim, and in eighth is Siti Nur Shafia. So we'll head down to Nasha, who will interview the winners of the MSBK 250 Race 2.
Tahniah Idlan di atas kemenangan untuk perlumbaan yang kedua ni. Komen sikit pasal perlumbaan tadi.
Pertama kali saya nak ucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah kerana saya berjaya mendapatkan nombor 1 pada perlumbaan kedua. Pada perlumbaan hari ini agak sengit macam semalam, cuma tak ada lagi seorang rider SIC. Farid Syafi mungkin tidak dapat beraksi untuk race 2. Memang perlumbaan race 2 ni agak sengit lah, dan saya tak akan buat mistake macam race 1 semalam di last corner, last lap. Saya cuba pertahankan kedudukan saya dan kontrol saya punya race pace untuk kemenangan hari ni lah. Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada family saya, tim saya, Bonsio Honda Racing Team dan semua yang sentiasa support saya.
Terima kasih Idlan dan kembali semula bersama dengan Daniel.
A very happy and colorful Idlan Hakimi there with the victory in Race 2. We'll be back shortly after this with the MSBK 600 Race 2. Welcome back to the MSBK 600 for the race 2. This is the recap of what happened in race 1. It was a thunderous start from the Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders, but look at the inside of turn 1, because it was Sharul Izwan who we thought momentarily was going to be in the mix for the victory. But he did manage to find himself into third, but very shortly after into turn 4, he was swamped by the rest of the riders behind him. But there's Kip forming up the rear of this top 4. And for the rest of the race, it was really Andy Farid's race all the way. He was leading, and he was just unstoppable in the way that he rode. He was amazing all throughout the sessions. He's found himself to a debut victory in the MSBK Championship for himself and the Astro Honda Racing Team. There's Sharul Izwan, who had a great effort. He managed to finish in 5th position. It was a great ride from him. He didn't finish far at all in the top 4. But 4 laps to go. Here was the action that happened. Helmi Azman was just forming up the rear, and Ibrahim Nordin just testing the waters there, looking to see whether he can make a move on the inside of Kip. And once again, you can see there, Andy Farid's front suspension, the chatter, yet he's comfortable with it. And there was Ibrahim's move on the likes of Kip, and Kip just responded immediately back up. Then it was just the line down into turn 5 and 6, and Ibrahim, he was just pacing himself, watching where Kip was gonna make a mistake perhaps somewhere, and straight into turn 7, a very aggressive inside maneuver, and they came very close there, and that brought Helmi Azman right into contention. And down to the line in turn 15, it was Andy Farid who just had to hold his guts. And there you go, chatter again from the front of Andy Farid's bike. Helmi Azman on the inside of his teammate Kip, and they come across the line. Astra Honda victorious and happy at the pit wall. Andy Farid taking victory, followed by Ibrahim Nordin, and Helmi Azman and Kip were both scrapping it out down to the line. 0.041 was the gap between the two teammates, but Helmi Azman rounded off the top 3 of the podium. 15 turns of the Sepang International Circuit, 10 right turns, 5 left turns, so it's very heavy on the right side of the bike, and that's something that's definitely taken into consideration when setting up the suspension and the tires. But we'll be heading down to Nasha, who will interview some riders down on the grid.
Terima kasih Daniel. Kita sekarang ini berada di grid 610 dan saya akan bersama dengan Helmi Azman. Semalam Helmi berada di kedudukan di tempat yang ketiga, naik podium tempat ketiga, tapi tiada dalam pusingan pertama kerana beliau beraksi di Suzuka Yawa. Helmi, pengalaman di Suzuka semalam nombor 3 kan, so rasa kali ini boleh menang tak? Sebab kita tengok dalam kedudukan grid ni lebih kurang sama je macam dekat Asia.
Of course, experience di Suzuka Yawa memang banyak berikan saya pengalaman yang luar dari biasa. Kerana di Suzuka Yawa dengan motor yang laju, so lagi satu fizikal dan mental pun agak mencabar. Dan untuk race hari ini saya akan cuba fight untuk podium, untuk fight untuk nombor 1 lah. Sebab kerana semalam cuaca terlampau panas dan brake saya ada masalah sikit. So hari ini saya akan try tengok macam mana.
Terima kasih Helmi, dan kita akan bersama dengan pelumba yang akan bermula di petak yang ke-6, iaitu Nazirul Izzat dari pasukan Yamaha Gen Blue Tim ASEAN yang kita lihat sekarang ini. Nazirul, okey, bermula di petak yang ke-6 dan kita lihat macam mana untuk Nazirul perlumbaan kedua ni.
Okey, first kali perlumbaan kedua ni saya more fokus dan untuk pergi ke hadapan, dan saya untuk mendapatkan katakan dalam top 5 untuk fight front to depan, dan race ni saya akan fokus lebih lah. Yeah.
Terima kasih Nazirul, dan kita kembali semula bersama dengan Daniel.
Thank you so much, Nasha, and that was interesting words from 2 of the riders on the grid, Helmi Azman and Nazirul Izzat. Nazirul Izzat will be looking to improve on his performance yesterday. His fastest time was a 2-minute 12.8, not too far behind the likes of Sharul Izwan, so he'll be looking to scrap it out with Sharul Izwan and hopefully find his way into the contention for a podium. It'll be the first time the Yamahas finally make their way in, because it's been a tough 2 seasons for the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team. They've not been able to make their strides into the podium positions. But there's Kip there. He starts from 4th on the grid. And there's Ibrahim Nordin. We know what he's capable of. He'll be looking to finally find a victory this season in the MSBK 600 class. Next to him is the likes of Cheryl Iswan, who we saw at a brilliant start. Oh, there's Adam Nurdin. He's here in support of his brother, perhaps, but he's the umbrella girl boy, perhaps, for Cheryl Iswan this time round. There's Nazrul Iza once again on that very colorful and striking Yamaha Gem Blue racing team, ASEAN Yamaha YZF R6. There's Ayman Tauridin. I had a chat with Ayman this morning and he said that unfortunately in the race yesterday he had issues with his gearbox, so hopefully that's all sorted and done for him in this race and he'll be able to contest a bit in the top 5 once again. Here's Chang Chi Ying. He's on the Kawasaki Ninja ZX6R. If I'm not mistaken, that's identical to the one that Ibrahim Nordin rides as well. It's been a while since I've seen Kabuto helmets in racing, so it's nice to see that helmet once again here. Only 8 riders on the grid for now. It looks like I think missing in the grid is Himanesh Amla, Ganesan Murugan, and Ulas Santrup Nanda. So Ulas Santrup did not start, neither did Ganesan Murugan. Himanesh Amla was on the grid yesterday and did complete the race, so very interesting. Only 8 riders left in the MSBK 600 Race 2 for now. It's a very quiet grid for the MSBK 600 Race 2. It's not what we're used to seeing, but it's gonna be a fast and hot action, especially between the front 4 riders, and they take off now for their formation lap for 10 laps of rapid racing. And starting in the front row is Adi Farid Itzihar, the pole man from yesterday, apologies. Mohamed Helmi Azman in second. Kip, he's in third. In row 2, it's Ibrahim Nordin, Sharul Izwan, and Nazrul Izzat. Forming up row 3 is Mohamed Ayman Tahiruddin, Chang Chi Ying, but that's all the riders that we have on the grid. It's supposed to be Himanish Amla as well in row 3, Ganesh Murugan and Adler Santrupt in row 4, but the last 3 are missing from our grid in race 2. So we hope to see them coming back into race 3. We hope to see a fuller grid later on in the afternoon, but for now, it is the formation lap, and Andy Farad taking a very leisurely cruise. He's formed up on the rear of this entire group. There's Andy Farid, international rider from Indonesia with the Astro Honda racing team. Very, very strong performance from Andy Farid and the Astro Honda racing team coming into this Malaysia Superbike Championship. He was so far this weekend the only rider who's clocked below a 2:10 with a 2:09.227. That was an absolutely monstrous lap time coming in from Andy Farid. There we see all the riders coming up into turn 9, and Andy Farid still just cruising at the back of all these riders. And the weather once again looking very fine in the Sepang International Circuit today. Clear skies all around, just a bit of scatter of clouds here and there, but the weather not too humid, not too hot, and looks like a bit of cloud cover there down at turn 10 and 11. Doesn't look too bright and sunny over there, so weather looking really fair, but we're not expecting any rain for today. The forecast is just clouds here and there, but no signs of rain coming upon the Sepang International Circuit for the last day of the round 2 of the Malaysian Superbike Championship. For now, you can see there the 8 riders that we have for the MSBK 600 Race 2. Charlotte, this one being a bit comical there. Now they go into turn 15 right before they form up on the grid. Idan Pawi there with a bit of a stoppy there, a bit of Toprak Raskatiliogu action going on. They come onto the grid now, and there's Andy Farid, the pole man on the CBR 600RR from the Astro Honda racing team. As he forms up, all the rest of the riders will form up on their respective grid positions. We'll have 10 laps of the MSBK 600 Race 2. once again, if you guys are watching live, do join us. There's still time to make it for race 3 later on this afternoon. We are all here out in numbers at the Sepang International Circuit, and the green flag is waved. The time has come for the race. Red lights on, red lights off, and it's not a great start for Andy Farid. Kip and Helmi had a brilliant start. Ibrahim Norden, an even better start from him. And look who's leading the race now. It's either Kip or Ibrahim. They're side by side into turn 1. It looks like Kip's going to have the advantage of the inside line. Helmi from the outside of Ibrahim. Andy Farid trying to make a move on the outside of Ibrahim as well. But it is Idam Pawi that leads. Looks like Andy Farid's made the move back onto... Oh, is that Andy Farid or Helmi? Helmi Asman is... Oh no, it's Andy Farid. I believe that is. That's gone down there at turn 2. Oh, it's Idam Pawi. It's Kip. He was leading the race coming to turn 1 and turn 2. But what a heartbreak for Kip. But here comes Andy Farid on the inside of Helmi Asman already. But oh, a bit of a moment there. Wobble from Helmi Asman's bike as he comes through turn 4. Andy Farid now leads the race once again. It looks like, I think that's Nazrul Izzat who's gone up a position past Shahrul Izwan. He's trying to make his way into the top 3 contention, but for now it's Andy Farid, Helmi Asman, and Ibrahim Nordin. And yes, that is Nazrul Izzat who's found himself behind Ibrahim. What a moment that has been. Kip was leading at this point, flips into turn 2, and just as he comes down, I think he's lost the front there. And what a heartbreak moment that is for Idam Pawi. He was looking so strong, and if I'm not mistaken, he is leading the championship. Locked on points for Ibrahim Nordin, so that's going to take quite a dent into his championship hopes. But for now, it is Andy Farid under pressure from Helmi Asman. And there you can see Ibrahim Nordin. He's trying to catch up back with this front 2. Nazrul Izzat, he's getting gapped a bit. He's unable to keep up with the pace of Ibrahim. But we know one thing about Ibrahim Nordin. He likes to make a late charge. So as far as he is, never discount him, because he will come into contention as you reach the last 3 laps of the race. For now, down the back straight, it's Andy Farid, Helmi Asman, Ibrahim Nordin, Nazrul Izzat, Shahrul Izwan, and Ayman Tahiruddin, I believe, has formed up behind Shahrul Izwan as well. Now there's Andy Farid. Andy Farid goes very wide there at turn 15. He drops a position. He drops 2 positions. It's Ibrahim Nordin in second place. Oh wait, no. Once again, even though he looked very wide, he regained second place. So it is Helmi Asman now that leads the race, followed by Andy Farid and Ibrahim Nordin. Shahrul Izwan there at the back there. He's going to make a move on Nazrul Izzat as well. And the front here, no one's close enough to make a maneuver, but I do believe that Shahrul Izwan has made a place up, and yes, he has there past Nazrul Izzat. For now, it is Helmi Asman that leads in front of Andy Farid and Ibrahim Nordin. They come down into turn 3 now. The fast right-hander that goes downhill, and then straight away the uphill run, requiring all the torque from the bike, all the horsepower as they go into turn 4. There's Shahrul Izwan. He's made the move past Nazrul Izzat. He's doing a really good job right now into 4th position. He's keeping up closer than he's been to the top 3 riders. Of course, usually be a top 4, but an unfortunate spill for Idam Pawi at turn 2 earlier on. For now, 9 laps remain in this race. They go into turn 7. It's still Helmi holding strong onto the first place and lead right now. But good sector times coming in from Andy Farid and Ibrahim Nordin. So this is going to get interesting, because Ibrahim, in previous races, we've seen him not really take charge. And once again, you can see the chatter from Andy Farid's bike. But yes, as I was saying, Ibrahim tends to like the late push. He likes to wait until everyone's used their tires and then he'll start pushing on. But perhaps it's a different tactic that's being used, because he's just sticking to the rear of these front 2 riders for now. As they come through 12 and 13, it looks like the gaps are pretty much equal into 14. Andy Farid's going late on the brakes. Comes around there onto the back straight. It's Helmi who's still leading, followed by Andy Farid and Ibrahim Nordin. A really good 3rd sector, however, from Helmi Asman. That's the fastest 3rd sector of the race. Once again, you can see the chatter coming in from Andy's bike. He's taking it a bit more cautiously as he goes into 15. He doesn't want to overshoot it once again. It's still Helmi that leads. Ibrahim Nordin running off the top 3. With good lap times coming in from all the front 3 riders, all doing the 2-minute 10s, but the fastest rider so far is the likes of Andy Farid Izdihar, a 2-minute 10.357. And looks like Kip has rejoined the race. He managed to remount, so he's running in 8th position right now. So he'll still get a good chunk of points, and I think he'll be able to catch up the likes of Chang Chi-Ying, but the likes of Aiman Tahirudin is going to be a tough one for him to catch up with less than 8 laps remaining. But for now, back at the front, Andy Farid is gotten really close to Helmi Azman now at turn 4. And now it's all the 3 riders have come closer than they've been in the last lap. Ibrahim, he's just going to watch this race. I don't think he's going to pounce just yet. He set the fastest first sector, but if he can maintain the pace and reserve some tires for that last push. Whoa, getting a bit wild there as Andy Farid's bike. He's really trying to push on. Helmi's starting to set a really good pace. He's looking really confident since he's come back from Suzuka. He's found a new spirit in him. He wants to be victorious. He wants to hunt for the gold once again. And ooh, big chatter coming from Helmi's bike. He's really giving it all his might. And they come through turn 10 now. And it's Ibrahim who's starting to look really menacing behind Andy Farid. For now, good second sector from Helmi Azman. He's keeping the gap between himself and Andy Farid. Andy's not been able to respond on the past 2 laps, and it looks like there's a bit of a gap that's being shown now between Helmi and Andy. But as always, Andy's always strong the brakes here at turn 14. He closes the gap once again. So Andy, he clearly has really good braking points. He knows where his strong points are in the circuit. And once again, look at the gap. He's close in front of Helmi, and he's increased the gap between himself and Ibrahim. And that's surprising because we know how strong Ibrahim's on the brakes. Helmi now there, a bit of a wobble, but nothing too serious for him. He's able to control that quite beautifully. But it looks like Andy Farid, once we come through turn 14, Andy Farid always closes the gap. And then Helmi's just able to pull the gap once again through the first and second sector. They come across the line, all 3 of them doing 2:10.4. Now Helmi Azman into turn 1. Looking calm and composed, but Andy Farid, he's looking really close behind Helmi now. So right on the rear tire of the Helmi Azman. And it might be a move up onto turn 4 if Andy gets closer through turn 3 now. So once again, Helmi's just really strong on the exits. He's able to pull a bit of a gap, so he's a bit safe now into turn 4. And it's not going to be close enough for Andy on this lap. But Andy's looking really close. On the brakes once again, Andy closes the gap nicely. But Helmi, through the fast and flowy bits, Helmi's looking really, really good. He's able to pull the gap. Once again, you can see how close they were at turn 4. And instantly into turn 5 and 6, Helmi's just pulling away from Andy Farid. But for now, Ibrahim Nordin, he's just going to watch this from the back there. He's not trying to catch up and find himself into a higher position just as of yet. But he is setting really fast sector times. He's just making sure that he's within arm's reach. A good sector 2 from him, the fastest one of the race. Helmi once again pulling the gap, and there's Ibrahim Nordin. Bit of a slide there, iconic from him. He loves to let that rear tire loose on the brakes. Once again, through turn 10 and into 11, the riders are just equally gaps here. Top speed wise as well, it's identical between Helmi and Andy Farid, both doing 248.3 on the last lap. Here once again, you can see Andy Farid come close into turn 14. He's going to be really late on the brakes here, and there you go. He closes the gap between himself and Helmi. So this is where Helmi needs to worry a little bit, because Andy is going to be really strong when he makes that move. He's going to break deep, try to block past Helmi Azman as much as he can. But don't forget Ibrahim Nordin, he's in the mix still. He's not being gapped. He's still staying quite equal distant between himself and the top 2. Now it's down to the front straight. It's still Helmi that leads the race. The positions have not changed in the past 3 laps. We're used to seeing the 4 riders, which we've become accustomed actually to hearing so far this season. But it is not the story that we're used to. It's Andy Farid now sandwiched between the 2 Malaysian riders. Looking down the order, however, it looks like Karol Idham Pawi, he has made it upper position past Chang Chi-Ying, and he's actually not far from Aiman Tahirudin, so he might be able to regain into 6th position, and he will get a decent amount of points. Ooh, Andy Farid there coming really close into turn 4. He's trying to line up a move onto Helmi Azman. I think Andy feels that he has the better pace and he might be able to pull away. For now, it's the fastest first sector from Andy Farid, fastest of the race. might be lining up a move anytime soon. But for now, Ibrahim, he's just pacing behind there. He's watching all of this unfold. He's just waiting for his moment. As I always mention, Ibrahim Nordin, he loves the late charge, so just keep looking out for him. He's just waiting there behind the two riders. For now, it's Helmi Azman into turn 9. Andy Farad not close enough to try and make a move there. There's Ibrahim Nordin as he gets on the gas up into turn 10. Past the magic dust and into 11. The sharpish long right-hander that's straight onto the gas into turn 12 and 13. Once again, it's the same image that we've seen for the past 3 laps. They're all equally distant, and once again, Andy Farad is going to close on the brakes here into turn 14. This is going to be interesting. It's a battle of mind games, this race now. Who's going to start trying? Who's going to start testing that front rear? The front tire into the rear of the other rider. Who's going to start doing that? It's either Ibrahim onto Andy or Andy onto Helmi. It's starting to get interesting. They're starting to get very close there. Helmi going a bit wide. That's going to bring Andy much closer. And there's a bird on the track there. So they're going to blitz past that. Ooh, beautiful image there from Nazrul Izzat sliding into turn 15. He's regained his position into 4th somewhere along the previous couple of laps. And it's a battle between these two riders, Nazrul Izzat and Sharul Izwan, as they come across the line. Looks like Sharul Izwan got some good slipstream, and he's going to get the benefit into turn 1. And yes, he does get into turn 1. He makes a move on Nazrul Izzat. And here comes Idam Pawi on Ayman Tarud, he's found himself into 6th position, and actually he's not too far at all from the likes of Sharul Izwan and Nazrul Izzat. Looking at the lap times as well, Idam Pawi is doing 2:11, so within a couple of laps he will be able to catch up with the likes of Sharul Izwan and Nazrul Izzat. So Idam Pawi might be able to salvage a 4th position, and still a good chunk of points for him. Now he's back at the front, his front trio. The same image we've seen for the past 4 laps. It's Helmi Azman, Andy Farid, and Ibrahim Nordin. Helmi just holding on to his wits. He's not trying to make any mistake now. He's got the pace. He's been consistent in the 2-minute 10.4s, and that's the most amazing thing. He's been consistent in the mid 2-minute 10s, 2-minute 10.6, 2-minute 10.7. So is the likes of Ibrahim Nordin and Andy Farid. Fastest lap of the race so far has been from the likes of Andy Farid. And here's a battle for 4th position currently. It's between Nazrul Izzat and Sharul Izwan. It's quite a scrap we're having over here. They're both just battling it out right now. They come into turn 11. It's just a 0.1 second gap when they came across the line on the previous lap. Now back to the front 3. Onto the back straight into turn 15. I bet this will become the talking point as we come into the last lap. There, massive chatter from Andy Farid's bike as he makes his way into 15. Now looking like he's getting really closer to Helmi Azman. He come across the line, lap times looking both 2-minute 10.4s for Andy Farid and Helmi Azman. Ibrahim Nordin at 2-minute 10.6, but very fast sector 4 for him. It's almost like he's just testing each sector. Okay, if I push on this sector, how close do I get? If I push on that sector, how close do I get? It's like a mind game every lap. Just testing and seeing where he can have the advantage. Now just less than 4 laps remaining in the MSBK 600. Race 2. It's going to come down to the line. Who's going to start showing the front wheel into the contention for victory? They come to turn 4 looking clean now. Andy Farid hard on the exit. You can see that the front trio banking into turn 5. It's a matter of who loses pressure, who starts to brake a little bit, because there is pressure from both sides. For Helmi Azman, there's pressure from both of the riders behind him. Andy Farid is going to be pressured from Ibrahim Nordin, and also pressured. Oh, bit of a moment there for Helmi through turn 8. I saw his left leg come up a little bit as he banked in. So that's starting to get worrying for Helmi. He's starting to lose grip. Has leading the race for the past 5 laps started to make his rear tires suffer. They come around turn 10 now into 11. It's looking like still the same story. Ooh, Andy Farid starting to look on the inside there of turn 11. And they come now into turn 12. 12 and 13 is going to be telling us Andy Farid's closer than he has been in the past few laps. He's closing up now through turn 13 at the flip. And under the brakes, he's right on the rear tire of Helmi Asman. Will he make a move already early on? He takes a sharper exit as he wants to get onto the gas early. And he's right behind the rear wheel of Helmi Asman. Now I think there's potential for Andy to try and take the lead now. Yes, he goes out side by side with Helmi Asman. Makes a move at turn 15. Looks like he's going to make it stick, but Helmi's strong from the outside. And he comes so close there through turn 15. What a move that was from Helmi to maintain the lead. And he continues, and the position stays as they were in the last lap, and all three riders doing 2 minute 10.8. But looks like Andy's going to try and make a move here at turn 1. Once again, Andy on the inside of Helmi Asman, and Andy Farid, he makes it stick in turn 1, and he leads the race now in front of Helmi and Ibrahim Nordin. And now this is going to start ticking inside of Ibrahim Nordin's brain. He's going to have to start thinking, do I pass Helmi now and try to pass Andy so that Andy doesn't get away? But a big moment there for Ibrahim Nordin. Huge slide coming out of turn 3. And Helmi takes a look behind. He hears that Kawasaki ZX6R of Ibrahim Nordin right behind him. And into turn 4, it looks like the same, but they've just swapped positions at the front. Helmi trying to come back on the inside of Andy Farid, but unable to. And now they're starting to get really close. Less than 3 laps remain in this MSBK 600 race 2. And into turn 6 now as they come around. It looks like Andy has a bit of an advantage on the exit there. He's just been pacing himself. He was waiting, watching Helmi, just waiting to see whether Helmi made a mistake. And Helmi did make a mistake, and it's costed him now. Oh, a bit of a moment there once again from Helmi. Looked like his rear is just suffering. And he comes into turn 9 now. Helmi looking like he wants to make a move on the inside, but it's not close enough. And Andy is just so strong on the brakes down into turn 9. Oh, looks like Charles Iswan's crashed out. This is at turn 2. Oh, what a heartbreak for Charles Iswan. It was a good battle between himself and Nazrul Izzat. But here we go back to the front trio. It's Helmi Asman. He's going to make a move here at turn 12. That would have been very, very... He had to be very confident if he wanted to make a move there. But into 14 now. Helmi just unable to close on the brakes with Andy Farid. Andy Farid is just so strong down on the brakes into turn 14. But for now, down to the back straight. It's Andy Farid that leads. Behind him is Helmi Asman. Behind Helmi is Ibrahim Nordin, who has just been watching everything unfold. Helmi, he pulls wide. He's looking at a move on the inside, but it's not going to happen here. It's not close enough. Andy goes a bit wide there. Lets Helmi come up on the inside. So Helmi's going to lead now down the line. But does he have enough throttle at the exit just now? Does he come down the line? And Andy's just going to blitz past Helmi now with the help of Slipstream. He's going to start leading once again. 2 laps remaining in this race, and Andy takes the lead past Helmi Asman into turn 1. Ibrahim Nordin, he's also getting into the mix. We know Ibrahim, he loves the last lap maneuver. So where will he finish? Is he going to be able to be in contention for victory? Because Andy is going to try and pull out the gap right now. He's going to try and get on the gas and make sure that Helmi and Ibrahim are unable to catch up. But it looks like Idam Pawi has started to catch up with the likes of Nazrul Izzat. Between Idam Pawi and Nazrul Izzat is a 1.8 second gap. But the gap of timing in the last lap, Idam Pawi has done a 2 minute 11. Nazrul Izzat did a 2 minute 15. So within this lap, Idam Pawi is going to catch up with Nazrul Izzat. So he's going to get a good chunk of points. But for now, Helmi Asman, he's closed back the gap between himself and Andy Farid. It looks like Ibrahim Nordin's getting a bit left behind. He's going to try and catch back up at turn 9. We know he's strong there. But a visual gap has now formed between Ibrahim Nordin and the top 2. It looks like Helmi trying to line up on the inside, but once again, not close enough for Helmi Asman. Andy Farid now leads still through turn 9 into turn 10. And there's Ibrahim Nordin just forming up the rear of this front 3. And now into 11, looking very calm and composed is Andy. Helmi, he's trying to hunt for that victory. He had a taste of the podium yesterday. He wants that victory away from Andy Farid for this race. He comes close into 14, but once again, Andy a bit too strong there at 14. But here's now Khairul Idam Pawi trying to make a move on Nazrul Izzat to get a good chunk of points. He's going to get 13 points, I believe, if he makes it past Nazrul Izzat. So that's a good point recovery for the championship hopes for him. However, Ibrahim Nordin in the position that he is, he will have a bit of an advantage. And here's now turn 15. Andy Farid going a bit wide once again at turn 15. Helmi nearly taking advantage, but for now, this begins the final lap. Where is the lunge going to come in from Helmi? Where is the lunge going to come in from Ibrahim Nordin? He has a few tenths of a gap to catch up before he can make a lunge. But into turn 1 now. Here is Andi Farid, Helmi Asman, and Ibrahim Nordin. And here's Idam Pawi now. He makes the move on Nazrul Izzat into turn 15. Nazrul can't do anything about it. Idam Pawi's pace is just much faster at this point. And here comes Idam Pawi. He regains 4th position. What a recovery this has been from Idam Pawi. So he will get a good chunk of points should he finish this race in 4th currently. Nazrul Izzat's going to try and challenge, but I don't think he can respond to the pace of Idam Pawi. But for now, here's 5 and 6. Turn 5 and 6 is a strong point for Helmi Asman. He's going to have to close the gap here on Andi Farid because Andi's really strong into turn 9. Ibrahim Nordin looking like he's getting left behind. Has he used too much of that rear tire? We know he's a very aggressive rider in the braking zones and on the exits. But for now, here's Helmi Asman. He's trying to push down and try to keep the pressure up onto Andi Farid. And it looks like he's lining up a move at turn 9, and it is a move on turn 9 by Helmi Asman. He tries to make the block pass. Does it stick? It does. Helmi Asman leads the race now once again into turn 10, and Andi Farid, he's going to have to respond really quickly because it's still Helmi who's leading this. He made it stick all the way through turn 10 and into 11 now. Here comes Helmi Asman. But it's going to be a big question mark down into turn 15. I don't think Ibrahim Nordin's close enough to make any move on the front two right now. I don't think he's got enough tire left in him currently. But for now, it's between Helmi Asman and Andi Farid. Helmi has to get a good exit as they reach the back straight, but Andi Farid, he's right on the tail. He's hot on the tail of Helmi Asman. He can smell the rubber of that Bunsiu Honda Racing Team bike. Andi Farid goes really wide. This is a very interesting maneuver coming from Andi Farid. Helmi trying to play that block pass. Ooh, and Andi Farid tries to go on the inside of Helmi Asman, but it looks like Helmi Asman makes it stick. He goes for victory. Andi Farid just a bit of a wobble there on the exit, but Helmi Asman victorious in race 2 for the MSBK 600 class. Andi Farid settling for 2nd, and Ibrahim Nordin, nothing he could do to catch up on that last lap. He remains 3rd position as he was at the start of the race. But what a victory and what a sportsmanship between the two riders there. They know that was quite the battle in the last 2 laps, and out of reach there with the 2 riders. And Nazrul Izzat's put the challenge back onto Idam Pawi there. But it looks like Idam Pawi, he's going to have a brilliant 4th position. What a recovery that was from Idam Pawi, from crashing out on the opening lap and recovering back into 4th position to regain points in the championship fight. But victorious in race 2 for the MSBK 600 class, it is Helmi Asman in race 2 on the Bunsiu Honda Racing Team CBR 600RR. Absolutely brilliant Helmi has been since he came back from Suzuka. He's found some extra wind and he's really shown it today. But now after this, the question mark is race 3. Can he repeat the same thing? Will he have the help of Kip once again in the fight and the battle? But for now, these are the results for race 2. Helmi Asman victorious, a close finish and battle with Andi Farid. In 3rd is Ibrahim Nordin. 4th is Karol Idam Pawi. 5th is Nazrul Izzat. 6th is Aiman Tairudin. 7th is Chang Chi Ying. And crashing out just now in lap 7, I believe it was Sharul Izwan. An unfortunate DNF for him. Himanish Amla, Ganin Murugan, and Ullas Samtrananda all not starting the race. But these are the results for the MSBK 600 race 2. Big wheelie there still for Andi Farid. He's still happy with the 2nd place after a very good race and a very good display of performance and riding from all the front 3 riders. What an entrance Astro Honda Racing Team and Andi Farid has made coming into the MSBK Championship. We would love to see more of this, and if we get more of the ARC contenders, Asia Road Racing Championship contenders coming in, the Malaysian Superbike Championship is going to start looking really, really menacing. But what a performance this has been from Andy Farid and the Astro Honda Racing team. Then of course victorious in race 2. There he is, Helmi Azman, number 32 from the Bunsiu Honda Racing team. Waiting now for the riders to reach Park Ferme, and we're going to see some smiles all around for the Bunsiu Honda Racing team riders and the Honda representatives in general, because they have another 1 and 2 generally. Bit of a rev there from Helmi Azman as he comes into Park Ferme. Smiles all around. See Andy Farid there relaying some information to the Astro Honda team mechanics, perhaps some information about the race, maybe issues with the tire perhaps. There's Helmi Azman, he's happy with number 1. Picks up the marker there. It's been a long time coming for Helmi Azman, and he's victorious once again, this time in the MSBK 600 class in race 2 of round 2. You see that in the background as well, the weather looking really fair for racing today. See the Astro Honda Racing team riders all taking photos and enjoying this second podium of the weekend. So this is how the race looked like. It was a brilliant start from Khairul Dampawi and Helmi Azman, but unfortunately for Dampawi, crashes out into turn 2 there. He does regain his positions and gets a bunch of points back. You can see his disappointment there, having crashed out so early on the opening lap. But from this point onwards, it was Helmi Azman, Andy Farid, and Ibrahim Nordin. It was the front trio. They remained in these positions all the way until the second last lap, where everything started unfolding. This was the image that we kept on seeing, the same gap between the 3 riders. And I really thought Ibrahim Nordin saved enough tires, and I thought he was going to make a move somewhere in the last 2 laps, but it wasn't this time for him. Dampawi just really pushing his bike down on the brakes there. Got past Ayman Taruddin and made his way further on, but here we go. This was a move from Andy Farid, went very deep into turn 15, but overshot a bit and let Helmi Azman just come right under him, regained the lead momentarily as he crossed the line. After turn 1, it was once again a fight, but here we go. Once again, this was a second to last lap. Andy Farid made a move on the inside of Helmi, and Andy Farid looked like he was going to start to pull away. I really thought that Andy was going to have that extra pace that he perhaps saved, but before that we saw Dampawi making a move on turn 15 here on Nazrul Izzat to regain 4th position. So it was a good recovery for him, but here we come down into turn 9 where Helmi Azman made that really good aggressive move, and he just completely blocked past Andy Farid. Nothing Andy could do about that. Here comes Andy going really wide into turn 15. Rarely see anyone going that wide, but Helmi just blocking his charge so well, and Andy making a bit of a mistake there on the gas. He had a bit of a wobble. It was Helmi Azman that was victorious, followed by Andy Farid and Ibrahim Nordin. And of course, running off the top 5 was Dampawi and Nazrul Izzat. What a recovery that was from Dampawi. But victorious is his teammate, Muhammad Helmi Azman. There's Ibrahim Nordin there for the SIC Racing team, taking 3rd spot on the podium. Andy Farid taking 2nd spot there for the Astro Honda Racing team. And victorious is Muhammad Helmi Azman from the Bunsiu Honda Racing team. Presenting the trophy is Sheikh Rasida Surif, the head commercial and retail of Sepang International Circuit. She'll present the 3rd place trophy to Ibrahim Nordin for SIC Racing team. 2nd place trophy to Andy Farid for the Astro Honda Racing team. And she'll present the winner's trophy to Muhammad Helmi Azman from the Bunsiu Honda Racing team.
perlombaan yang kedua.
Smiles all around on the podium, and they will pose for a photo, the traditional photo on the podium with the prize ceremony being concluded.
Head of Commercial and Retail Sepang International Circuit. Dan tanya sekali lagi diucapkan kepada kesemua pemenang bagi perumahan MSBK.
You can see the three of them all in smiles. They know it was a good race and a good performance that they've put out today. That's how the weather looks like. Scattered clouds, hot sunny weather. But for the championship for the MSBK 600, Ibrahim Nordin takes the lead with a gap of just 3 points. And Idam Pawi's recovery keeps him within very close contention still with 85 points. Azra Hakim Anwar, who's already made his move up into the thousands, he maintains third with 65 points. Andy Farid, he remains fourth now with 45 points. Ayman Tauruddin is in fifth. Nazirul Izzat sixth. Helmi Azman seventh, gaining quite a number of points with that victory. Eighth is Daniel Shami. And we'll head down to Nasha, who will interview our race winner for the MSBK 600 Race 2.
Okey Helmi, seperti yang kita lihat tadi di perlombaan yang cukup sengit kan. So komen sikit Helmi tentang perlombaan tadi.
Okey, perlombaan tadi memang agak fighting juga dengan Andy. So saya rasa race ni sama dengan Asia yang lepas. So saya just plan untuk awal-awal untuk mengikut Andy, tapi Andy ada mistake. So saya try untuk pull away daripada diorang. Tapi macam mana pun pace saya tak begitu laju sangat. Tapi saya try untuk fight di last lap. So alhamdulillah saya berjaya di podium pertama.
Terima kasih Helmi dan tanya sekali lagi.
So humble words there from Helmi Yasman, and we'll head to a quick short break before we entertain ourselves with the MSBK 1000 Race 2. Welcome back to the final action of this morning with the MSBK 1000 Race 2. But before that, we're going to watch the recap of what happened yesterday in the MSBK 1000 Race 1. At the start of the race, it was quite the start from the front trio. Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman with the big wheelie all the way through his gears. But there was Zakwan Zaidi leading momentarily. There's Asroy Hakim Anwar who makes a move, tries to make a move there on Aslan Shah. And it was quite the battle between these three. Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman there, big moment into turn 15. Hard on the brakes he was looking much like his older self. Kasper Daniel there, trying to battle early on. Sama Mariai there, having a bit of an issue with his bike in race 1. There was Asroy going on the inside of his compatriot. There was Aslan Shah Kamar Zaman looking like his brilliant old self once again. It was so beautiful to see this battle going on. We rarely see such an exciting battle for the victory already early in a 1000cc class race. Was that we were entertained to between Aslan Shah and Azrar Hakim Anwar. Unfortunately for the likes of Aslan Shah, he was just unable to keep up the pace because he had an issue with his electronics, I was told. There was Kasper Daniel just trying to blitz past Aslan Shah there through turn 12 into 13. And it was a very late charge from Kasper Daniel. It's interesting to see how late he left it, because by this point, when he started pushing, Azrar was just quite the distance ahead, and he set the fastest lap time of the race, Kasper did, on the last lap itself. It was Azroy on his 1000cc debut on a year-old machinery. CBR 1000 RR, victorious on his debut, Azrar Hakim Anwar. You can see all the riders there and down on the grid. And once again, this is what the Sepang International Circuit looks like. If you forgot, 15 turns of the Sepang International Circuit, 10 right-handers, 5 left-handers. And before that, before any action continues, we'll head down to Nasha at the grid.
Terima kasih Daniel, dan kita kali ini berada di grid untuk perlumbaan MSBK 1000cc pula. Bersama dengan saya, juara tahun lalu dalam kategori 1000cc Zakwan. Semalam nampak struggle sikit, stress sikit kan. Tapi pagi tadi warm up nampak catatan masa semakin baik. So komen sikit Zakwan.
Nak cakap semalam tu memang struggle teruk lah. Sebab kita cuba benda yang baru. Sebab sebelum ni masa dekat Asia kita struggle dekat race. So saya decide dengan team, okay, kita cuba cari penyelesaian yang lebih baik, dan kita akan cuba set up yang tak saya expect, kiranya feeling tu mungkin akan baik atau tak baik. Rupanya memang semalam punya race tu memang tak baik. So tak apa, saya just keep macam ni, saya nak cuba fahamkan karakter motor ni. Tak senang nak handle motor ni. Sebab motor ni kalau compare dengan motor Azrul bawa, memang saya rasa sangat selesa yang motor tu lah. Tapi motor ni saya nak kena faham lagi. Apa pun saya nak cuba buat yang terbaik lah. Dan saya akan cuba untuk hadiahkan untuk anak saya untuk race kali ni.
Okay Zack, all the best. Dan kita akan bersama dengan Daniel Haikal yang akan bermula di tempat yang kelima. Daniel Haikal, untuk perlumbaan kali ini kita nampak di grid hadapan agak besar-besar nama dia. Tapi bukan kali pertama Daniel berlumba dengan mereka. Daniel pun pernah World Cup di ARC di sini. So komen sikit.
Ini adalah tambah lagi pengalaman saya dalam perlumbaan ini untuk mencari kelajuan. Jadi untuk race kali ini kita ada try setup baru. Apa-apa pun kita cuba untuk ikut mereka.
Terima kasih Daniel Haikal. All the best. Kita bersama dengan pemenang untuk perlumbaan pertama MSBK 1000cc B semalam, iaitu Kochi ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai CY. Semalam nombor 1. So hari ini ada 2 perlumbaan yang ni dan juga petang nanti. Rasa boleh jadi weekend warrior untuk minggu ni.
Yeah, hopefully, finger crossed. Yeah, we are trying our best to maintain the consistency on the result. So based on the last round, seems like the round 2, round 3 are having some problems. So hopefully for this round, my race 2 and race 3 have a good result. Thank you.
Terima kasih. CY, kita kembali semula bersama dengan Daniel.
Great words there from down on the grid. Zakwan Zaidi with hoping to gift his child with the victory for this race too. For now, the sun is blaring out on the Sepang International Circuit. It is a very hot and steamy midday that we're having here in the Sepang International Circuit. There you see Azhar Hakim Anwar, victorious yesterday in his debut race in the MSBK 1000 category. There's Zakwan Zaidi in second place, his teammate on the brand new CBR 1000 Triple R, apologies. An absolutely beautiful looking bike. Next to him there, running off row 1 is Azlan Shah Kamrazaman, who had a brilliant start to yesterday's race, and we hope to see him once again fighting the way he did. Here's Daniel Kasmayudin, who was unbelievable in his pace in warm-up, and you can see there he's just enjoying it all, and he is definitely going to be in strong contention for victory. He's going to try with all his might to certainly latch up to the front, and with the pace he's had, he has potential to lead and even perhaps pull away from the front trio. Now we saw Daniel Haikal momentarily, and now it's Rajini Krishnan from the team Racer Castrol Power 1 Ultimate. Once again, Air Asia being on the grid with us today. So for now, the riders have been flagged to get ready. The mechanics and the umbrella girls all have walked off from the grid. And at any moment now, they'll be flagged off for their formation lap before we start and form up for 10 hot laps of MSBK 1000 action. This is how the starting grid looks like for the second race. Azra Hakim Anwar, he starts from pole position. Zakwan Zaidi in second. Rounding off row 1 is Azlan Shah Kamrazaman. In second place is second row, apologies, is Kasma Daniel, Ahmad Daniel Haikal, and Rajini Krishnan. Row 3 forms up like this. 7th is Osama Mariai. Teo Yu Jo, he's in 8th. 9th is Kuchi Yen. Starting the row 4 is Muhammad Shukri Matsuki. 11th place is Michael Luxon. 12th, Rajan Azim Iskandar. Rounding off 13 riders is Tiwi Jin in row 5. That's a great shot there of the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, and right on to our turn 4 entry into 5 and 6 now. I see Osama Mariai there. He's back on track, so that's good to see. Fix all the issues, hopefully, that he's had yesterday. For now, we look at all the riders coming through for the formation lap into 7 and 8. This is going to be an interesting turn for these 1000cc bikes. Whoever can make a move at 7 and 8 on these bikes is an absolutely brave and strong rider. You can see that the cloud scatter, we're not looking at any possibility of having rain for now for today's races. Race 2 is looking really fine and hot, dry weather, more of what we're used to seeing here at the Sepang International Circuit. Although the chances of a torrential rain is always there when we're here, so far this season it's been quite a treat. We've seen dry weather racing, it's been good racing all the way through. Ooh, that's interesting, and very interesting shot there in the distance. Looks like some looks like it looked like a hill there being used for some raw materials. Quite a shot that was from our cameraman. Good job. But for now, 10 laps will begin shortly. The riders come now onto the back straight. They will take turn 15 for the last time before we head off for 10 laps of racing. There's Azhar Hakim Anwar, the debutant, the race winner in race 1. These riders come around turn 15. They will form up on their respective grid positions. You can see that the number of riders are all getting ready. These are the tense moments for any rider. When they form up on the grid, they will have to wait for the lights. They will have to wait for the flag. When everything goes off, all the action begins. You can see fans of the Malaysian Superbike Championship out here today to support our riders. Kasma Daniel there looking very tense. He's talking to his bike. He's in love with his bike. He's looking at a good race coming up ahead. That was a very cute shot right there. The green flag is waved. 10 laps have been indicated. We wait for the lights to come on. They are on, and very shortly they are off. And a bit of a wheelie there coming from Azan Shah at the start. That's going to hamper his start a bit, but for now, look at Zakwan Zaidi. He had a great start, runs second on the grid, takes the lead, and Daniel Haikal as well. He's on the inside there, but I don't think he's going to make any positions up. Yep, he remains 5th. For now, it's Zakwan Zaidi that leads. Oh dear, there's a lot of drama going on there. Azan Shah on the inside of Kasma, and then Daniel Haikal just trying to wash up right under Kasma. But here comes Azan Shah. He's in 3rd, followed by Daniel Haikal in 4th. Kasma Daniel, he's relegated down now into 5th. But he's going to respond now into turn 4. Look at Kasma trying to land the inside, and he does stick it into turn 4 past Daniel Haikal. And now his next target is Azlan Shah. But for now, in his target 21, it is Zakwan Zaidi who's leading the race, followed by his teammate Azra Hakim Anwar. You can see there, Kasma, he's trying to get past Azan Shah already. He wants to get the lead. Kasma saw his pace in warm-up at 2:07 consistently. He's got the pace to really lead this race and pull away once again. But for now, it's the front 4. But Daniel Haikal, he's also stuck right behind this group. I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with the pace for now. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi, Azan Shah trying to block the maneuver from Kasma Daniel. Azra Hakim Anwar, he's holding on to 2nd place, and Zakwan is starting to look like himself again. He's getting the pace, he's getting the rhythm. Fastest sector 2, however, came there from the likes of Kasma Daniel. They come past into turn 12 now, and it's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads from Azra Hakim Anwar. Azan Shah getting very close with Kasma. He's bringing Kasma in. I think at any moment now, Azra is about to get swamped either down the straight or into turn 15. But the Hondas do have a very good top speed, so it's going to be challenging for them down into turn 15. But now Zakwan leads. Kasma Daniel getting the slipstream from Azan Shah, and Azan Shah gets a slipstream past Azrai. Aslan hard on the brakes again into turn 15. Will he make it stick? He goes wide. And it looks like Kasma makes a move on Azrai. Nearly contact there between the two riders. And it's ever so close for the battle. It's 2nd already. And Azan Shah, he manages to get good drive once again. He's going to try to make a move now into turn 1. And he does make it stick. He gets the power down the line. And into turn 1, Azan Shah makes it stick on the inside of Azra Hakim Anwar. And now his next target is Zakwan Zaidi. But Kasma, he's not made a move yet. Zakwan Zaidi, fastest lap of the race at 2 minute 12.276 on the opening lap. Now into turn 3, here's Kasma Daniel right behind Azra. He's probably going to try and make a move into turn 4. He's having a look on the inside, but I don't think he's close enough here. Past turn 4, everything looking as they were a couple of turns ago. For now, it's Zakwan Zaidi that leads from Azan Shah. Azra Hakim Anwar not having the dream start that he had in the last race. But it's still 9 laps to go. Zakwan is trying to maintain his pace right now, and at the front, Kasma taking very sharp inside lines, very different lines from the rest of the front 3. He wants to make an early move on Azra Hakim Anwar. For now, it's Azan Shah right behind the tail of Zakwan Zaidi. These two are great friends. They've raced with each other many times, many occasions before. Look at Kasma into turn 9. Very aggressive maneuver under the brakes onto Azra Hakim Anwar. That's more of what we saw Kasma in round 1. The way he entered turn 9, that sliding maneuver is something that no one else has been doing in this category. And he's done that absolutely beautifully. And now he's right on the tail of Azan Shah already. But for now, it's the front trio that's shifted a bit. Looking at the back of Azan Shah is the likes of Kasma Daniel, and Azan Shah's right on the tail of Zakwan Zaidi. He's going to try and take the lead. He wants to get in front and try to set the pace. But I can see Daniel Haikal and Rajani Krishnan there just absolutely kept by this front trio. Azan Shah once again hard on the brakes. Kasma trying to make a move on the inside of Azan Shah, but he's not close enough, I don't think. Or is he? Did Kasma make it stick? It looks like they're coming up behind, but nope. Kasma still not able to make a move on Azan Shah there. Azan Shah is always strong on the brakes. For now, it's still the same positions as a few turns ago. Rajani Krishnan right behind them has crashed out at turn 15, but he's able to come back into the race now. He's going to be dropped way down in positions. He's going to drop right behind Michael Luke Stone as well. For now, here's the battle for the MSBK 1000B. Teo Yu Jo, who is leading. Ku Qian trying to see a move on the inside at turn 1, but unable to make a move there. For now, in turn 1, it's Teo Yu Jo that leads the MSBK 1000B, and back at the front, ooh, that's right there. He's just dropping like a stone. What's happened to him there at turn 4? But for now, it's still Azlan Shah right behind Zakwan Zaidi. I think there must have been a moment there between Kasma and Azroy perhaps, but Azroy just got dropped after turn 4. For now, we keep on going through turns 7 and 8. It's Kasma right on the tail of Azlan Shah. Azlan Shah right on the tail of Zakwan Zaidi. Who's going to make a move? Is Kasma going to try and line the move up here, but not close enough, it seems. Oh, Azroy. Looks like perhaps a bike issue for Azroy because he's completely slowed down and he's not making any charge at all. I think he's just going to try and save the bike and bring it back to the pits for now because it's looking like he's just riding leisurely for now. But Kasma Daniel makes a move there on Azlan Shah at turn 12. This gets really close there into 13. Kasma makes it stick, and now he's got his eyes set on Zakwan Zaidi right in front of him. And Azlan Shah's not going to like that. He's going to try and bite back. Will he bite back at turn 15? A bit of a wobble, a wheelie there from Azlan Shah's BMW S1000 RR. Now they come down the back straight. Will Kasma be close enough? He's not close enough on this account. Neither is Azlan Shah. But look at Kasma always looking at that tight inside line, sliding the bike ever so beautifully. Azlan Shah is just trying to keep on the tail of Kasma. He can't let the likes of Kasma run away with this because they know Kasma has set 2-minute 7s, but all of them setting 2-minute 8s so far. 2-minute 8.5 from Zakwan, 2-minute 8.3 from Kasma, 2-minute 8.7 from Azlan Shah. Fastest top speed of the race so far has come from Azlan Shah, 286.5 kilometers per hour. Here's MSBK 1000B. Ooh, moment there for Teo Yu Jo, and a moment there for Ku Qian as well on the exit of turn 15. For now, it's Teo Yu Jo that leads MSBK 1000B charge, followed by Ku Qian. Azroy is still out on track. I thought he was going back to the pits, but he's found himself behind Ahmad Daniel Haikal, and that's very interesting there. I wonder what's going on. Because it looked like Azroy just had a big bike issue, but he's continuing on in the race. For now, back at the front, Kasma's right on the tail of Zakwan Zaidi, and it looks like Azlan Shah is getting gapped a bit. I feel like Kasma, look at the aggression from the rider of the Yamaha R1. I think he's going to line up this move at turn 9. We know he loves turn 9. But will this be the moment that he makes a move? And he looks on the inside, but not close enough. Tries it a second time, but not close enough. Zakwan Zaidi playing a very good defensive line there. And they go into turn 10, into 11 now. And we saw Kasma make a move on Azlan Shah in turn 12. Will he try it again on Zakwan Zaidi this time round? But we know the Hondas are good at corner speeds, but ooh, has a look on the inside, but he just can't take it on with Zakwan Zaidi. He just holds that corner line way too well. And for now, it's into turn 14. And the Honda should have the better top speed coming through into the back straight. For now, you can see Zakwan there pulling the gap on the gas. Azlan Shah, he's trying to find his way into contention for victory again, but Zakwan Zaidi on that straight just absolutely blitzed Kasma Daniel once again. And we know that the CBR 1000 RRR under the hands of Zakwan Zaidi has had the fastest top speed we've ever recorded in the Malaysia Superbike Championship. I believe it was a 299 kilometers per hour on the speed trap. It looks like Zakwan started to push now. He's starting to pull a gap away from Kasma Daniel, a 208.4 from Zakwan Zaidi. And Azroy has made it past Ahmad Daniel Haikal on the last lap. So very, very interesting. I'm curious to know what happened for Azroy there, because he's continuing like there's no issue, a 209.2. So perhaps it was just a momentary problem. Kasma here looking at the move on turn 4. Not close enough on Zakwan. He's closed the gap though, but looks like on the gas, Kasma's gonna try and make it on turn 5, but that Honda CBR just has so much power. No matter what Kasma tries, he just can't get him on the exit. For now, here comes Zakwan Zaidi and Kasma Daniel Kasma just looking at the inside of Zakwan Zadi at all moments, but through the corners, through these tight bends, that Yamaha R1 is just so slick. It closes the gap so easily on everyone else. For now, here's Zakwan Zadi and Kasma down into turn 9. Kasma, whoa, getting really close there with Zakwan. He looked at the move, but Zakwan just closed off that gap that Kasma was looking at. And this is going to be a very interesting battle coming into the last few laps, because Zakwan is just not giving Kasma any breathing room. And as we know, once they get into the back and front straight, the CBR 1000 RRR Zakwan just has the power to muscle away. As they come through Sector 3, Zakwan is a faster Sector 3 than Kasma Daniel, but once again, here we go, on to the gas. This is where we know that CBR is just going to blitz and pull the gap. And the picture-in-picture frame that you can see, that's the MSBK 1000B fight. That's Teo Joe who's in the front for the B group, and see Kuchi Yen, he's second fastest in the B group right now. Hassan Shah, he's looking like he's caught up a couple of tenths in the last lap. And for now, it's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads. A 208.399 for Zakwan Zaidi. Kasma Daniel lap time as well is a 208.395. Hassan Shah Kamar Zaman 1.4 seconds off the pace away from these two riders. It's like Hassan Shah, he's managed to reel in Kasma Daniel ever so slightly. It's not sure whether he's keeping a bit of the taps for the last couple of laps, or whether or not these two riders at the front have just set an outstanding pace. For now, there's Kasma Daniel into turn 4. It's a bit further than he was in the last lap compared to where he was with Zakwan Zaidi earlier. But here's the moment at turn 1 for Kasma Daniel. Ooh, you can see the leg up in the air. He nearly lost the front there, but what a save that was from the likes of Kasma Daniel. Now we go back out of turn 6 into turn 7. These riders are more gapped than they have been this entire race. Azra in his last lap is at a 208.940, so really unfortunate. I really wonder what happened to him, because he's riding like his bike's completely fine now. But for now, we continue on into turn 9. There's Kasma Daniel looking back, trying to see where Azan Shah is. But for now, it looks like Azan Shah's charge is just not there anymore. He's his first and second sector are miles slower than the front two in front of him. For now, it's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads the race. Less than 5 laps remaining. When they come across the line, there'll only be 4 laps remaining of the MSBK 1000 Race 2. Then they have to do it all over again later on in the afternoon. But for now, 4 laps and a bit remain in this MSBK 1000 Race 2. It's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads. Hassan Shah, he's starting to trail behind. I don't think he's going to be close enough to be in contention for a victory. He's not as close as he was in yesterday's race. But for now, it's Kasma Daniel's charge onto Zakwan Zaidi. When is he going to try and make that move? We saw him testing the waters about 2 laps ago. But for now, he's not close enough. Zakwan Zaidi has opened up the taps. He's come across a 208.137. Nearly in the 207s we are now in the race pace. On that lap, Kasma did a 208.2. You can see Kasma is just trying to gauge, trying to find his way to get closer and closer to the likes of Zakwan Zaidi. And on that lap, Azan Shah was 2.6 seconds behind the front two, so Azan Shah's pace starting to drop steadily. He's done 209s. Azra came Anwar 208.7 for him on the last lap that he's come across with. So he's lapping actually quite brilliantly. He could have been in the contention for a podium if whatever happened on lap 4 didn't happen. But for now, Azan Shah, he's just trailing behind, 2.6 seconds behind, and for now, he's just gonna have to try and settle and hold on to his wits for 3rd place on the podium, unless somehow he can open up the taps and find this claw back that gap that has been created now. You can see now the progression of the gap as well, 0.2 seconds, 0.9, 0.1, 1.1, and now ultimately to a 2.3 second gap between himself and Kasma Daniel. But once again, Kasma, he's trying to close the gap, but Zakwan Zaidi just looking really strong. Through Sector 1, Zakwan's faster. Through Sector 2, Kasma has a slight edge. But through Sector 3, Zakwan's always much stronger. When he gets onto the taps here and gets into turn 12 and 13, Zakwan's just really strong. But Kasma is still slowly closing the gap on this lap. And I think it's going to be definitely a second to last lap push or the last lap dive into turn 15 or into turn 9 for Kasma, because we know he's strong through turn 4, turn 9, and in turn 15. He likes to make moves more or less around those corners. So where is he going to leave it till? Into turn 15 now is Zakwan Zaidi. Kasma trying to stay on the tail of Zakwan, getting very close now. Kasma is starting to reel Zakwan back in. The picture in picture right now is once again the MSBK 1000B battle. It's Teo Yu Jo at the front of Kuchi Yen. Behind them is Muhammad Shukri Matsuki. Now back at the front, it's Kasma Daniel. Ooh, wide again is Kasma Daniel as he tries to close the gap between himself and Zakwan Zaidi. So this is spelling drama for Kasma Daniel. I don't think that's a recoverable gap for now because Zakwan is looking really comfortable. He's done mid 208s non-stop this entire race, but Kasma has made 2 mistakes already as we come to the last quarter of these 10 laps. This is starting to really look like a tiring race for Kasma. This is going to be one that he wants to forget because he was so close to fighting for the victory, and now it looks like it's easily a 1 second gap between himself and Zakwan. He's going to have to really try and push if he wants to close this gap in the next 2 laps. But if he does, it will be a last lap lunge. It will be a last lap opportunity for him. For now, Zakwan looking very comfortable. Zakwan has not set a foot wrong in this race at all. He's just been so comfortable. Ooh, Ahmadiyya Haikal has crashed out here. What has happened to Ahmadiyya Haikal? His bike looks absolutely munched up by the gravel. I believe that's at turn 1 as well. That must have been a really tough crash there for Ahmadiyya Haikal. For now, we carry on, and you can see Kasma, he's letting off the brakes a bit early there into turn 12 and 13. This gap is quite significant. Ooh, pieces of Daniel Heikal's bike out on track. How has it gotten there? What has happened here? This is quite bizarre. We're going to see what happened here with Ahmadiyya Haikal. Oh dear, oh, was that a puncture? That's a puncture from his bike. That's a puncture. I saw something pop up from the back and his bike just completely went under him. Yeah, that really looked like a puncture for Daniel Haikal there. But now we focus back onto the front. That was a really bizarre crash there for Daniel Haikal. Ooh, that's a... So for now, we follow back onto Kasma and Zakwan Zaidi. It looks like the worries for Kasma is that he's not close enough at all to get in arm's reach of Zakwan Zaidi, because Zakwan, he's riding brilliantly. It's another 208.7 for Zakwan. He's so consistent in the mid 2 minute 8 seconds, and there's just no response at all that can come from Kasma. No response from Azan Shah right now. He's dropped really like a stone through water, a 211.8 on his last lap. Rajini Krishnan has managed to remount just now on the opening lap, on the second lap, apologies, and he's found himself into 5th, so a good effort from Rajini. Yeah, what's happened here? Muhammad Shukri Matsuki has taken past the 2 Suzuki riders, Teo Yu Jo and the Lexus Kuchi Yen, and he's now leading the MSBK 1000B charge. What a job that is from Muhammad Shukri for the Esra racing team. Teo Yu Jo is going to try and respond as quick as he can. Muhammad Shukri, he set a 2 minute 17.4. That's a good lap time coming in from him. Both Teo Yu Jo and Kuchi Yen have only managed to... they've also managed in the 2:17s, but sorry, Muhammad Shukri, he's done a 2 minute 16.723, so it's a good improvement from him. Back at the front, it's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads in front of Kasma Daniel. By the looks of it, that gap has increased. It's a 0.9 second gap this time round. So Kasma, unless he can find a 207 on this last lap. I don't think he's going to be close enough to Zakwan Zaidi. But then again, Zakwan Zaidi, if he makes any error, it's going to be really, really enticing for Kasma Daniel. But for now, Zakwan looking calm, looking composed. He looks in his rhythm. He looks in his zone. He's not set a foot wrong at all in this race. He's taken the lead of the race from the start, and he's led it all the way till this point. And it's an absolutely brilliant performance from the likes of Zakwan Zaidi. And look at that gap. It looks like it has increased. So Kasma, I don't think he's got any tire left in him. He's done a 209.140 on the last lap as well. So this is starting to look very much like it's Zakwan's race. Of course, championship-wise, Zakwan is not in contention for anything as of right now, as he's only competed in this round 2 itself. So he's just looking for victories in each race that he can compete in. There you can see Kasma going to turn 9, but for now it's still Zakwan Zaidi that leads. Kasma just unable to give any response to Zakwan Zaidi's performance so far. Azra, surprisingly enough, he set the fastest sector out of any of the top 5. So Azra looking really strong right at the end of this race. But yeah, look at the visual gap right now between Zakwan Zaidi and Kasma Daniel. We know that down the straights, that CBR 1000 RRR just absolutely gaps any other bike. And there's no way that Kasma Daniel is going to get a chance or a sniff at victory here. Zakwan has just one more corner that he needs to brave past. Ooh, was there a bit of a moment there for Zakwan? But Zakwan makes it around turn 15. He's victorious in race 2. It's a second victory this weekend for the Bunsu Honda racing team. Kasma Daniel, he comes second. A very difficult finish, but Azlan Shah Kamrazama on the Horizon Racing Team BMW S1000, he comes third and runs at the podium. As for Hakim Anwar, is actually only 1.2 seconds behind Azlan Shah there, and he comes in 4th. And now we focus back onto the MSBK 1000B battle. This is Mama Shukri Matsuki into turn 9, number 88 behind him. Oh, Osama Mariai has come back into contention. He's into 2nd now for the B group. Behind him is Tioyu Joe. Tioyu Joe is going to try and respond. Osama Mariai finding pace right at the end of this race suddenly. He's found a 2:15 out of nowhere. Now into turn 12. It looks like it's a bit too far for Osama to try and put charge, to try and contest between himself and Mama Shukri. Tioyu Joe as well, he's just been gapped there, so I don't think he's going to be close enough to fend off Osama once again. But Mama Shukri looks to be victorious for the MSBK 1000B category. He has just one more corner to complete, and for the one thing interesting for the MSBK 1000A and 1000B, both winners will be on the CBRs. Oh, Osama Maria, he goes down at turn 15. He tried to push for a victory in the B group, but once again, he's crashed out. And his Mama Shukri is victorious. Tioyu Joe, who comes 2nd for the MSBK 1000B. Kuchien comes 3rd for the B group. And Osama Maria, heartbreak. He tried to really push himself there, but there was no way he's going to catch the likes of Mama Shukri. And he's paid the price for that. He's crashed out at turn 15, and he might have another DNF on his name. But the winner overall in the MSBK 1000 Race 2, it's another Honda. It's Zakwan Zaidi. He's back. He's here once again. And once again, we see that MSBK 1000 being graced with the CBR 1000 RRR under his hands. And here's Osama Maria trying to finish the race just to collect some points. He comes across the line on that bruised and battered bike. And he takes the checker flag in 12th position overall. So for now, there you have the top 3 in the frame. Azlan Shah on the BMW, Kasma Daniel in the Yamaha R1, Zakwan Zaidi at the back down the CBR 1000 RRR. There's Muhammad Shukri Matsuki there, victorious for the MSBK 1000B category. What a job it was for him for that final fight at the end. Zakwan Zadi is victorious in the MSBK 1000 race 2. Kasma Daniel second. Azlan Shah, he completes the podium positions in third. Azhar Hakim Anwar, a good late push, but still bizarre what happened to him early on in that race. Rajini Krishnan salvaging a fifth position. Muhammad Shukri Matsuki, sixth fastest, first in the MSBK 1000B. Teo Yu Jo, seventh and second in the B group. Kuchi Yen, eighth and third in the B group. Michael Luxtoni comes ninth. Rajan Azim Iskander comes 10th. Tiwi Jin comes 11th. Osama Mariai in 12th. And what a bizarre finish that was for Ahmad Daniel Haikal. He crashed out early on for a suspected puncture perhaps. He has a DNF to his name for this race. Now all the riders have reached Parc Ferme, and all the smiles and celebrations will resume, and we'll see all the smiles coming in for Zakwan Zaidi's team, especially the Bunsu Honda racing team. Big rev there of the bike from Zakwan Zaidi. A good celebration there between Zakwan Zaidi and Mr. Helmi. Honda mechanics all very proud. The Honda team very proud of their rider Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan and Helmi, of course, both competing in the Suzuka 8 hours endurance race. And they're back here once again at Sepang International Circuit for the Malaysian Superbike Championship. And I can see the debrief there going on between the riders and the mechanics, and looks like looks almost like a description of loose rear tire, but there you go. Bit of a bounce at the start for Azlan Shah, but then again, once Zakwan took the lead of the race at turn 1, it was just his show all the way around, and it was such a great battle early on in this race between Azlan Shah, Azra and Kasma Daniel. It really looked like a Talent Cup race at this point. The way everyone was just battling for the lines, battling on the exits, into the brakes. It was such a great battle. But what a shame that it didn't last too long, because shortly after this we saw Azra with a bit of an issue with his bike, and here we see Azlan Shah once again taking second place back. Azra from this point onwards was just struggling. Rajini Krishnan here, unfortunate fall at turn 15. Back at the MSBK 1000B, it was Teo Yu Jo and Kuchi Yen who were scrapping it out between themselves, but well, we know what happened shortly after. There was a charge, but we'll get to that in a bit. But now, back to the front, it was Kasma Daniel. He was trying to get away past Zakwan Zaidi, but Zakwan is just so consistent, so smooth, and his lines were just so beautiful. There was no getting past Zakwan in this race at all. Now once again back at the MSBK 1000B, you can see Teo Yu Jo pulling a gap. Kuchi Yen sandwich between himself and Muhammad Shukri Matsuki. Back at the front here was Zakwan Zaidi and Kasma once again, and it was just this image all throughout. And there you go, a bit of a mistake there from Kasma, nearly losing the bike. Managed to regain his rhythm. Then you saw Ahmad Daniel Haikal's bike looking absolutely destroyed after that bizarre crash. And with 2 laps to go, you saw Osama there, Osama Mariai, already starting to tease a bit. He's trying to look into finding a way into perhaps getting a victory, if not into the top 3 positions for the B group. But victorious this time once again was the Bunsu Honda Racing Team rider. But this time it was Zakwan Zaidi, and second fastest was Kasma Daniel, followed by Azlan Shah. But for the B group, Osama Mariai tried a late charge into the victory, but it was too far and way too late on the brakes, leaving Muhammad Shukri Matsuki victorious, followed by Teo Yu Jo, and then Kuchi Yen.
Pasukan Horizon Racing Team. Di tempat yang kedua dimenangi oleh Kasma Daniel Kasmayuddin dari pasukan Yamaha Jet Blue Racing Team Asia. Dan pemenang untuk perlombaan yang kedua dimenangi oleh
You hear the riders coming out for the podium ceremony. Hasn't shot there on the third step. Cosma Daniel there, always colorful, even though he was unable to catch up. You can see there the gestures. I think he's telling that probably the hardest person to pass. But presenting the trophies is Mr. Ron Hogg, the promotional head of the Two Wheels Racing. Safe Aim Mutual. There's Cosma Daniel for the Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team ASEAN in second place. Zakwan Zaidi, he's victorious in race 2 for the MSBK 1000 Championship for the Bunsu Honda Racing Team. The riders will now pose with all the trophies with the presenter of the trophies, Mr. Ron Hogg. They'll have one more photograph now. And everyone looking with smiles all around. Cosma there being a character as always. So the championship looks like this now. Cosma Daniel with 110 points in first place. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman losing a bit out on Cosma there with 97 points. Ahmad Daniel Haikal, he's found himself into third in the championship, even though he had a DNF with 58 points. Rajini Krishna with 48 points. Muhammad Shukri, 45. And so on and so forth. After this is mostly the B groups, but Azrai Hakim Anwar there with 38 points, and Zakwan Zaidi locked on points with him in 7th and 8th. For the B Championship, this is what it looks like for this weekend. Muhammad Shukri Mazuki, 45 points with the second place yesterday and a win in this race. Kuchian with 41 points, so it's a scrap for the Weekend Warrior Championship as they head into race 3. Tioyu Jo, he's third with 36 points. Rajan Azim, 24. Michael Luxton in 5th, TB Chin in 6th, Osama Maria with 9 points, having finished that race just now, and Nick Hadi, Nick Mahmoud with 0 points for this weekend. And we'll head down to Nasha, who will interview our race winner for this MSBK 1000 Race 2.
Tahniah Zakwan, nampaknya target untuk memenangi perlombaan hari ini berjaya. Tapi kita ada perlombaan petang nanti satu lagi. Tapi komen sikit pasal perlombaan tadi.
Perlombaan tadi saya rasa sangat happy. Saya sangat enjoy race tadi bila starting first tu. Dan masa first lap, second lap saya just realise belakang ni tengah mengejar saya ataupun diorang akan try overtake saya. Tapi diorang macam agak struggle saya. So saya just keep saya punya pace. Dan bila saya cuba-cuba, saya tak tahu belakang saya tak tahu gap belakang berapa jauh. Saya just fokus 100% bila bawa tu. Saya nak faham dengan jentera baru ni. Saya rasa masih belum sempurna untuk saya bawa. Apa-apa pun menang kali ni adalah satu positif side untuk saya dan juga tim. Dan saya harap untuk race 3 saya akan cuba lain daripada lain sikit ataupun kita tengok macam mana nanti.
Terima kasih Zakwan dan tahniah sekali lagi.
Humble words as always from Zakwan Zaidi. I think he needs to realize that he is the winner and he was absolutely unstoppable in that race. But what a job it was for him. Humble as always. But for now, that concludes our morning sessions for the Malaysia Superbike Championship. We'll head to a short lunch break and we'll be back later once again at 2 p.m. We'll see you guys there.